Hello and welcome. This is Gray Hughes of Gray Hughes Investigates on YouTube. This channel evaluates all aspects of true crime. As you are aware, videos and live streams in this genre often discuss elements of crime that may be disturbing to some viewers. If necessary, take the precautions needed to avoid these feelings. Factual information related to cases is the key to fostering rational true crime discussions. Fortunately, you will find that here. Please hit the like button only once, share the video, and subscribe if you like my content. Thank you very much for watching.
Huh? It's a house!
What's going on, freaks? All right. Hey, so what's going on, Wild Bill Wassman? People were talking about what's this surgery you're having? I haven't been able to read the chat. I'm just doing my show. But somebody said that. What's going on? Yeah, the freaks come out at night. And thank you up there to Sandy Will 63. You know, I was watching Lookner the other day. He says exactly what I said at the end of the show. He said, thank you for everybody who supports the channel. It's what allows me to pay for all the different things that he does. And that's exactly what I try to say here. All right, so, if you're watching, what's going on with your right lung? What's going on in there? Yeah, so if you're watching and you want to help support the channel, that'd be appreciative. That's what allows us to do all the stuff that I do and what we do at the end of the month, etc. Is it possible to stream from the astronomy area? The eclipse? No, it's not. Well, hope it goes well. But anyways. Yeah, so the questions, I was on Court TV this evening, if you didn't see it. Oh, really? Jeez. So how do they get rid of that? That's wild. Okay, so the topics tonight on the show were the segment that I was on was how will the decrease in media coverage impact the investigation? Unfortunately, they put the nut job, one of the nut job YouTubers, but it was amazing because the audio wasn't even working, so that was good. But what I was saying was that Nancy Guthrie's case is interesting, even if she wasn't related to a famous person. I mean, just take away Savannah and all that. Pretend that the family of an unknown person, an unknown, well-known person, was the one that was giving the TikTok interview, the statements that were made on TikTok. So it could have been all the same. And it's still an interesting case. It's like, wow, I mean, this is crazy. Somebody just disappeared right from their house. I mean, like, do you see that she was removed? Do you see a person? And they're removed. But because it was Nancy Guthrie, it became, Savannah Guthrie is Nancy Guthrie's daughter. It made it so it got really popular really quick. And then it got even way bigger, when they put out the surveillance footage, because everybody feels like they can contribute and figure out something that nobody else saw. Almost never happens, but yeah, that's what they say. And then I also said that it reminds me of the Delphi case in the way that you have this video of the suspect, and then in this one you have a video of the suspect, and the Delphi case went on for years and years and years, and this one you're already a month in. It seems like it would have already been solved by now, and it isn't. And I said that in the Delphi case we had Becky Patty, who I would talk to her about all the crazy conspiracy nut jobs, the same type that camp out in front of the house all the time, in this case. And she used to really loathe them, probably never really liked them, but she said that after a while, she started to appreciate the fact that at least they were still covering it. Somebody was still talking about the case, and it didn't just disappear. But hey guys, any chance we can get the support up for the channel tonight? Last night was a disaster in here, so if you guys have the ability to help support the channel, we had somebody start off the show, but since then, zero. So if you guys can purchase channel memberships, do some super chats, maybe some challenges, etc., maybe we can actually have a decent night in here. It's really not good when we start off the month poorly. Those months never usually turn out very well. So I'll see if we can get back on track tonight. Any chance at that, you guys? It's not similar to Ramsey at all, really. I'm just talking about, I'm comparing it to Delphi because of the way the media worked. It was popular at first, and then you got this little image out there, and it got big and big and big, and then the media dropped it, but it stayed alive on social media, which I think is exactly what's going to happen in this one. Hey, thanks, Grant. Huh? I don't know. I'm hoping that there's actually but they're actually onto somebody, and they're just not saying anything. And that's why they've shut down. But the person, they can't find the person. That's what you would hope that would be happening. They actually think they have somebody, the family, everybody knows that, and they just can't find the person. They've disappeared, but they know who it is. Wouldn't that be great? That'd be a cool thing. Maybe it's the person from the other night that so many other people have already done overlays on. So I thought the person that emailed me was onto something new, but it wasn't. It was so many other people had already done overlays and whatnot. I don't know if they send it into the police, but anyways, did anybody hear what I just said a minute ago? If we could try to get the support for the channel going tonight, we can try to reach the goal. We're just, seems like just dead as a doornail last two nights. Alright, so that's what I put out on that's what I said regarding the first question. And then the second question was about, why was Carlos Palenzuelos detained? That was that first person. And for me, I think that, it's interesting because the FBI, they completely, hey, thanks, Wild Bill Wassman. You remember the other day, the FBI, how they immediately came out and cleared that Kia Soul car that was driving around on surveillance camera? Remember how they cleared that one? Just the next day they go, yeah, it's not related. And the reason they did that is because they've already been aware, I believe, and I've said this for a while, of a vehicle moving around, traveling around in the area that night. You see that? I think they've already been aware of a vehicle. They just have maybe partial, they know it's sort of like an SUV, certain color and so forth. They've seen it and it didn't go over there. That's what I said the other night too. It didn't make its way over to that neighborhood where it was spotted. So it was over here, but they have a vehicle and it probably goes over in this direction. And maybe that's even why they were sort of interested in Savannah Guthrie's, or Annie Guthrie's husband or something. That's what, according to some reporting that's out there. Hey, thanks, Mindy Mouse. So I think law enforcement has a vehicle, FBI, of a certain type that's going over in this direction. And then what they probably did was they saw cell phones that were pinging in the area and then cross-referenced those phones with criminals or the frequency at which the car was in the area. And then they looked at the photographs of people and said, ooh, yeah, look at this guy's got a goatee too. Because apparently when they talked to Carlos here, they asked him about it. They said that his eyes looked like what was in surveillance. That's what he said. Yeah. So I think that they absolutely have been on to somebody, or at least a vehicle type, and they know where it went. And that's why they were able to rule that one out. But I think if you could see the probable cause document in the Carlos case, the one that ended up way down here near Mexico, I think you'd be able to figure out what it is that they have that we aren't aware of yet. But I think it's sort of a combination of CAS data, ping information, that shows perhaps a history of a vehicle showing up in the area multiple times, and then maybe the hours that it was there that got them, they had to get probable cause somehow, right? They had to get it. So that means that they had something that was interesting enough for a judge to go 51% probable. And that's interesting. But it turns out that person wasn't involved. Now, what you could probably do is figure out what are the similarities between Carlos and the other three people that were pulled over. It's interesting. The information that's been out there was that that individual named Zach, that he was the one that was driving around the Range Rover, but it wasn't. It was actually the Daly individual. He was the one driving the Range Rover. So I don't know how the Zach person fits into the story. Like, how did he show up somewhere? Obviously, he was in the news and etc. No, Karen. No, he didn't push anybody's arm, Karen. You're incorrect, Karen. Let's see. Hi, Gray. Yeah, what's going on? All right, so today we had Savannah, Tommaso, and Annie show up to the house, and Brian Netton on News Nation. This is the, let's see if I can find it. I think it's this one right here. Let's see. Did you see Savannah shove his arm? Look, he shoved it. Oh! Where? I don't see it, man. I don't see the shoving of an arm. I see a pat on the back. I think Savannah absolutely knows that he hasn't, that at this point, that he doesn't have anything to do with it. What the hell are you guys even talking about? You guys are ridiculous. It's just walking. Look, he's just walking here. What's dangling? It's just right there. Look. It's just walking around, you guys. There's nothing weird about it. I did keep watching. I've seen it 100 times. He goes down and he puts something down there. It looks like they're, you know, they're getting along pretty good. No, get out of here. Get out of here. Get off me. Get off me. Get off me. Oh, get off me now. Yeah, guys, that's just way too analyzing something like that. It might be because she reached over with something or she wanted to go put something down. It doesn't mean anything, okay? Alright. Of course there would be, you know, people always read into every little, you breathe a certain way. Oh, look at that! I mean, in my channel, at least, you would hope people would have learned over the years that, you know, just because we didn't, you see a little thing like that doesn't mean anything. You know. Yeah, I mean, the only part that's interesting, I brought it up in my video today, was that the, you know, they still have the car. Now, what was the reason they still have the car? Is it somebody else? Is it somebody else that would have maybe possibly had access to the vehicle? Who knows? Oh yeah, and here's a video on the car. This is this lady's been doing great. Brianna Whitney. She's done other cases too.
Who were watching our show. A couple other new tidbits we learned this week. I was able to talk to PCSD yesterday. A lot of people who were watching our shows, our live streams, and then watching our videos on social media had kept asking me a question saying, what happened to Annie Guthrie's car? You know, we knew that car had been processed and towed away as part of the investigation. We also know that Sheriff Chris Nanos has cleared the Guthrie family, the siblings, and their spouses as suspects in this case. So a lot of people were asking if that's the case now. Well, what about the car? And I asked PCSD this. Their response to me yesterday over text was, quote, all we can say right now, the vehicle is still part of the investigation. You can take that for what it is. It's possible they just still have that.
Yeah, but here's the thing. This was on the 27th, right? We all knew that. This isn't new information. You know, this right here, I didn't really notice the date on that. That's the 27th, and you had the 28th, first, and then today, right? So, I mean, have things changed? I wanted to know if somebody in the comment section said that the car was given back. And even if it was given back, it's still a little strange. Yeah, I mean, it's just a theory of how it went down that night. So this is the 27th. This is the same day that reporting came out about the car still being in their possession. Has it been given back since then? All right. But hey, guys, I need your guys' support in here. I hope I don't want to have another night where I'm just have to repeat over and over and over. You guys know the situation here. We're currently, right now, we are at 1/10 of just a normal minimum nightly goal again, and I need your guys' support when you're watching the show, because we actually give away a tremendous amount of the income that comes in through ad revenue, super chats, etc. We've given over $30,000 to RAIN, over $30,000 to Texas EquiSearch, and over $30,000 to the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children since January of 2020. We've given $115,000 to our DNA fund. We've put, we're getting close to $24,000 into our scholarship fund that we give for students in the criminal justice world. And the only way this happens is if you guys are supporting the channel. Can I get you guys to be interested in doing that tonight? We're already starting off really, really poorly. Worse than yesterday, even. Yeah.
In their possession, but a lot of people thought that was a very interesting response from PCSD. We also know, as far as the FBI side of things, that the FBI has moved their command post for the Guthrie case back up here to Phoenix. The FBI headquarters here in Arizona is here in Phoenix, and they said that's due to a bigger facility in terms of having their operations there, that would keep a higher efficiency. They still have investigators, though, down on the ground in Tucson, of course, still working this case. But now the majority of the criminal investigation from the FBI side of things, at least internally, is happening here in Phoenix.
Yeah, we've all talked about the car. We just want to know if the car has been given back or not. But did you guys hear what I just said a minute ago? Seems like the comments aren't related to, like, let's try to get the channel moving. We are already on a really, really slow start this month. So if we have the ability to, I would appreciate it. Thank you. Hey, thanks, Alley Cake. There's one. All right.
A couple other new tidbits
So we got that. And then, let's see. And there's also an interview here with Luke Daly, the actual guy that, and she did another interview with that. We can maybe listen to some of this.
You are the person on the surveillance video, the abductor, the masked person. Is that you?
It's not me. I don't see the resemblance of it looking like me, but absolutely not. I have nothing to do with this case.
Nothing to do with it. Do you have any idea who is involved in the abduction?
I don't. If I did, I would happily tell FBI, police, anything. I mean, I, like everyone else, just want Nancy to come home and be safe. But that being said, I have nothing to do with this case, and that's it.
Yeah, after I watched this, he doesn't seem like he has anything to do with it.
Explain to me what happened on the night you were detained, where you were.
But somebody down here did say something that was sort of interesting if he said it. Here, let me just listen to that part again. Oops.
You're with your car. How did that unfold in your eyes?
So I was driving home. I noticed two sheriff vehicles following me.
Nah, that's not what it's about, Grizzly. See, that's exactly why when Zozo typed that in, I knew a troll like you would say something stupid like that. That's not what I was saying. I'm trying to get the support going for the channel. We've struggled 2 days in a row now, and this is another one. My video did absolutely poorly. I don't know why. It was a great video that I put out today. And I need the support from the people watching the show, Grizzly Bear. And I know where you came from. Your name obviously gives it away, you dipshit, so don't ever come in here again. All right, see ya. All right.
Over at the Culvers right there, asked me to get out of the car.
That's
didn't tell me what it was
Clancy
about.
in there.
So they had me cuffed in the back of a cop car, detained. I was asking, like, what am I being
Many people
And
have.
what was the thing? He said something that somebody... That's pretty funny right there. Hey, thanks, Joan. Oh, he said one. Yeah, I guess he did say 2 years. He's got his life together. I don't know. It just seems like, why would he even do an interview if he did something? You know, he just sat there and kept talking.
Is involved in the abduction.
I don't. If I did, I would happily tell FBI, police, anything. I mean, I, like everyone else, just want Nancy to come home and be safe. But that being said, I have nothing to do with this case, and that's it.
Explain to me what happened on the night you were detained, where you were, you're with your car. How did that unfold in your eyes?
So I was driving.
And apparently, he just bought the Range Rover.
Home. I noticed two sheriff vehicles following me. They pulled me over at the Culvers right there.
Like the Range Rover, he wouldn't even have been able to be used.
Asked me to get out of the car. Didn't tell me what it was about.
See, he's the guy that got pulled over at Culver's, not that other guy that everybody kept saying.
So they had me cuffed in the back of a cop car, detained. I was
Yeah,
asking,
this,
like,
this
what
isn't
am
the
I
guy in the video.
being detained for?
No way.
And they wouldn't tell me anything. They just said that detectives would be there to talk to me. And once I saw like FBI and all the other cars start pulling in, I'm like, oh, this is probably about
We've all
the Guthrie case.
Jesus.
I'm like, this should be
The
easy.
golden
like,
question.
I have nothing to do with this, so it should be not a big deal to clear my name and move on. But the whole time during the questioning, didn't really seem like more of like a fishing expedition for them to try to get me to say
Oh, you're
something.
talking about Tommaso. Yeah. What time do you get home after dropping off Nancy? Yeah, I mean, maybe there's something else going on with that vehicle. Who knows? But I guess that's the problem.
All the dates I was telling them where I was, things like that. I'm like, all you'd have to do is look at my phone and see my location. It was nowhere near anywhere or have any connection to this. But still, it was tough, like being there. Like, I mean, I don't trust the FBI to the extent that I'm like thinking that there's pressure on this case and they want to find the person. So like the whole time while I'm sitting in the back of the cop car, I'm like panicking, thinking that I'm gonna be framed for this, or they're trying to pin this on me somehow.
Did they tell you what led them to you? I mean, something made them believe they needed to talk to you about it. What was that?
I asked them. They didn't tell me any information about that. And I have thought of any type of reason why they could have come after me. But there's nothing, and I think that's why they didn't tell me.
Were you in the area of the home at the time, like the overnight, or would it have been something like, we've tracked this person near?
He lives.
Well,
near
I live.
Right. I mean, his cell phone would ping near her house regardless because he lives there.
Near her house, but
In the area.
I mean, I didn't even know that until after the fact. Like, I barely just learned where her actual house was in relation to mine. So I didn't even know.
Had you ever met her?
No.
Did you know who she was?
I knew who she was because my mother was following the case. But in terms of other than that, I would just go off what my mother was telling me.
And so how long were you detained for?
Probably maybe 4 or 5 hours.
In the back of that car the whole time?
Oh yeah, the person said something like, I don't know where he mentions it. Maybe he already has, but he said, "Hey, when they pulled me over, I thought it must have been for the Guthrie case, you know. But why? I mean, what would make you? I mean, I haven't heard that yet. Maybe it has been said. I don't know, but."
And they searched your Range Rover extensively?
Yeah, they searched Range Rover. They towed my Range Rover. Did all DNA testing or whatever, and then gave it back to me. Took my cell phone. I've had no way to get a hold of anyone, which is probably a good thing because everyone's looking at me like
not
I'm
the same guy in the
this
video.
person that I'm not.
Tommaso's
So
not the guy.
it's been rough.
You got your car back
Yes.
in rough condition, or was it okay?
Well, when I went to pick it up, like it wouldn't start. I guess they drained the battery down, and it was just covered in the whatever white substance that they use for testing.
I don't know when he says that.
But yeah, then I got it started up, and it wasn't. Luckily, it wasn't damaged in terms of like repairs or anything. But
So when they released you, what did they say?
I don't know.
They say you're free? Did they say
Why
never
does it
mind?
matter?
I mean, what was the
Doesn't.
verbiage there from them?
they had just told me that they were still at my house, so I couldn't go home. But they drove
Maybe
me.
with a relative, she would feel comfortable having them walk to the garage and drop them off. But maybe they just pulled up in the same area where the kidnappers parked the car when they took her out. When the Uber picked her up at the front door, maybe.
Somewhere near the house and just dropped me off. I was like, well, I don't have a phone.
Okay.
How am I supposed to figure out when I can go back to the house?
I don't know. To
They
me, it just
basically said you're just gonna have to
doesn't
figure
mean
that out.
anything to question.
So, I mean, I waited just where they dropped me off at for maybe an hour or so. I had a friend that lived near the area, and I walked over there. They weren't
what do you
home,
learn from that?
so I was just waiting, like basically just on their patio, and then it got to the point where I'm like.
So what you're saying is if the Uber driver picked her up somewhere else, and then so that means when Tommaso dropped her off, if he brought her to the garage, how do we know that's really a true story? Here's the thing, everybody. We know that Nancy was at home by herself the whole night, and then later on somebody came in and they have it on. They know that when her heart started beating quick. So if it was something that happened earlier in the home, that would have changed everything. She wasn't. She went to sleep. The phone was on the shelf along with the phone, etc. Her watch. Her phone and her watch. And she goes to sleep. Then she was probably woken up at some point, and there's where the event occurred. Now, they haven't told us everything about, like, every time her... they gave us a timeline, though, right? So the timeline is at 1:47, the front camera disconnects. So I'm trying to figure out how would it have any significance at all? What are we looking for when we're trying to, I don't know, figure out what's going on? Like in terms of being dropped off, or, you get dropped off at the garage or dropped off at the front. I don't know. They know that the garage door opened up at 9:48 and then shut at 9:50. That's it. I don't know if they grabbed her out of bed. She was in the bed, and then the person came in the house, and maybe she stood up or something, and then her heart rate's going to show on the monitor. So they know exactly when she was confronted. They know the exact time. We don't, but they do. And I'm guessing it's right around, later, like 2:14 or so, something like that. I don't think the person goes into their house right away. That would be really stupid to set up. I bet you remember the other time we see the person out in the front of the house where he doesn't have a backpack on? He may have been testing how things would work, So he goes there and he knows he's on camera, and then he goes and waits, and he notices that, hey, nobody came. So he's feeling pretty good that he could just recreate the same thing, but he's still going to wait to make sure. So then the final night he goes over there, and that's what happens. But hey, guys, is there any chance you guys could help support the channel tonight? We're currently at 1/10 of just a normal nightly goal. Yesterday we didn't come close to the nightly goal, so we're trying to reach it. If you guys have the ability, especially gifting channel memberships to other people who don't have them, that's always good. Maybe we can do a challenge of some sort. Yeah, well, it might just be, we don't know the why. It could be that there's some oddities with the timing, and I guess that's something they're looking at, And he's also just the last person to see her, so they probably have always been interested in him. That's probably the main reason. I think at some point you just got to have to say, they cleared him, and then you see how Savannah's acting with him. She doesn't have any... Does anybody think she was acting, or Annie was acting when they were with Tommaso right there? It looked pretty normal. It looked like it was pretty legit how they were feeling, And I'm not saying there isn't a possibility it's him. It's interesting that they're looking at the car. They still have the car, so maybe there's somebody else that has the possibility. I just think that they look like they are aware that he has nothing to do with it at that point. Okay, well, they said he was ruled out, but yeah, I don't understand. We've talked about that. Like, I don't understand why they wouldn't give the car back. Somebody came up with a ridiculous idea and said, well, just in case there's a trial, the defense team would want to have the car to test. But that's bullshit. That never works that way. That doesn't happen. You know, you don't take somebody's car for 3 years and wait for a trial and then go, oh, well, I guess, they didn't need it. Just doesn't work that way. If it was part of the crime, like literally, there was blood in it and so forth, maybe there'd be something like that. We need somebody to do a challenge of some sort in here tonight, you guys. It's not good. Well, I mean, I can see how it could be somebody like him. I mean, when he drops her off, as we've talked about over here, I mean, I'm not going to say that it didn't seem reasonable. He drops her off here, right? And then walks her to the door inside the house at 9:48, and then walks out. But before going out, maybe he unlocks his door over here for somebody else. And I would say the only involvement that I would potentially see him as is if he's connected to somebody else. That's it. But I don't think he was there at that time. Yeah, what happened to all the old freaks? I mean, this is crazy. Jesus. Yeah, they probably were interested. I believe Ashley Banfield's reporting was accurate, that he was a suspect. Now, maybe over time he's been cleared. I don't know. He may not be. But it doesn't seem like... It seems to me if he hadn't been cleared, that Savannah would be aware of that and wouldn't be able to act like that. I think this was sort of like a solidarity moment. Now, like it was a solidarity to say, hey, we're all here at this memorial, and he didn't have anything to do with it. That's what it seems like. But, like I said, the fact that they have the car, I've said it before, it's just interesting. I don't know what the reasoning for that. What if there's somebody else that had access to the vehicle, but they really, they kind of think that vehicle had something to do with something. And maybe some other people had access to it. I don't know. Jesus. What do you mean, who's the dog? It's Clancy. It's my dog. He's sitting there. That's the only way to keep him there to have a show, it doesn't track him around or anything. And they were just running around outside for an hour and inside the house for an hour. People act like that isn't. All right, Linda Howell is even trying, you guys. Look at that. She says, let's get a wave going, and has some waves on there. I mean, I've asked, and I don't know how to make things happen without, it's like without asking, there's zero chance. And when I ask, it seems like there's zero chance these days. So if you guys can please help support the channel, that's the only way to keep moving here. My channel relies on the people watching my live streams to support it. There is no ad revenue to speak of in these live streams. And the video I tried to make extra today didn't work. All right. Hey, look at that. Hey, thanks. Look at that. We got a challenge from Marty's Bar and Grill. If you guys gift, 5 of you gift 1 membership, he'll donate the same amount of money to a coffee fund. All right. So that just means 5 of you do 1 gifted channel membership to somebody. And thanks, Linda Howe, as in Linda Molden Howe of the Cattle Mutilations and Crop Circles. Yeah. I think it's going to be tough, even for that. Hey, there's Sandy Will, thank you. I haven't seen Bruce Holdaway for a while. I'm not sure where he went. Maybe he's not feeling good or something. Hey, and then Wild Bill did Linda Howell's Wave, and then we got 1, 2, so we need 3 more Buy Me a Coffees.
Well, they should be done by now. I walked back to my house, and this was like the worst part for me, is getting there and seeing the house torn up. But the worst part was my mom not being there, and her being elderly and having AFib and things like that. I'm thinking the worst.
Hey, wow, thanks guys. Sandy Shirley, and then Texas 72 did 5 all by themselves, and then we had Joan Allen. Thank you guys. Very cool.
See, her car's here, but she's not there, and I don't have my phone to get a hold of her. So I'm wondering what happened, if I need to start calling hospitals.
We made it to
or what the deal was.
28%.
But luckily, I guess she went to one of the neighbors, but I didn't find it out until the next day.
Right. You were detained and released, but you've said it. Your face, your name, it's everywhere online. People still believe you were either involved or did this. What's that been like for you to have your name, your
This lady's a really good reporter. I've seen her other times really push for the right get an answer. You know?
picture, even a past mugshot, all over the internet associated with this case?
I mean, for me, it's terrible. It's hard to go anywhere, and the hard part is they're making all these assumptions based on things that have absolutely no relevance, and they're just...
Hey, thanks April Star, Mindy Mouse, and Allie Cake for Linda Howell's Wave. All right.
Bringing up my past, which I do have a past, but nothing violent or anything like that. All my past has just been involved with using drugs, and I haven't been in that life for over 2 years now. So all the things that they're bringing up, I guess it's public record, but it never would have came out if it wasn't for all these people speculating and doing things like that. So now people that had no idea about my past. So I've done
Yeah, I remember I just said the owner of the home has the same name as a golfer. That's all I would say on my show. But now his name is more publicly out there because he did this interview.
a good job of working past it and not having anything to do with it. So them doing that now is kind of...
And thanks, Marty's Bar and Grill.
Just reopening this whole speculation and make me out to look like this bad person, which I'm not.
And it's not just been you. People have found, records of an alleged girlfriend of yours. There's been a lot of rumors swirling around. What do you want to...
So is the girlfriend the other person that they kept mentioning? That was supposedly the niece of...
say about
that never
those
turned
rumors,
out to
about
be
you,
anything.
About her, about everybody that people have looked at and said, well, they could do this.
Yeah, first of all, that's not my girlfriend. I barely knew that girl, and I was arrested with her on a completely different circumstance over a year ago. I haven't talked to her since. And
it says he hasn't been in the life for 2 years, but then just over a year ago, he admits that, but it wasn't. Apparently, he doesn't think it's not in the same world that he was in.
And I guess they're just going off of the arrest, saying that I was arrested with her. But I hardly know her and don't associate with her. But in terms of everything else, I mean, all the speculation is just going off of, I don't even know if people really believe it, but online it just seems like they're pushing this narrative and trying to make connections with things that are, I don't know, basically like circumstantial, like saying my eyelashes match the guy, and
yeah, no, it's crazy, right? This guy's right on the money on shit like that.
the ski mask picture.
That's why I don't do, well, the difference with the ski mask picture is you do see the eyes in there. But I never thought this guy looked like that. The other night I was showing you guys what this other person did and then sent it in to law enforcement, and then they've contacted them another time. But what's weird to me is I've asked this person multiple times to send me the text of the emails, that she was sent, and she just goes, well, I've sent you enough. And then I go, no, I just want to see what they wrote so I can determine what they're trying to get at. And then they go, I'm not trying to hide anything. Okay. And then they give me this little thing, and I just don't even know if they're legit or anything at this point. Okay. Because as Zozo pointed out, the same overlay was done 1 million different times by other people. And so they might have been the first to send it in, but they definitely weren't the first to think of it. So I really don't know.
Which I'm sure, like, if you could use anyone's picture and find similarities.
And you don't recognize the person on that, in that footage?
No, I don't.
I wonder what the behavior panel would do with this interview.
But in terms of
how he glances away, oh man, they're gonna say something.
All this, like I said, they're comparing my face to this. They're talking about my Range Rover, which I didn't even buy until after she was reported missing.
Yeah, well, if you say check my phone, I was at home, that means it could either be an actual alibi, or it could be that he knows he left his phone at home intentionally, and it would show that he was at home.
It was a new car.
I mean, you can't judge based on what somebody says.
Yeah, for you? Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Hey, thanks, Marty.
They're talking about another car that was sold off my property. That car wasn't an accident, has nothing to do with
it. Says, Kishti just supported you. Hi, Gray and Freaks. Sending all my prayers for Nancy's safe return. Gray, I am the creator of the Freak song. Oh, yeah. I'd love to collaborate on a full album one day. Check out my work. You mean you're the one that did the Freak song, the one that we play? That's pretty good. You had a different name that you sent me, though. All right. It says check out the work at Kishti K on Spotify. So go check it out. Here it is right here. So you can check it out on Spotify. Yeah, right there. Okay. There you go. Yeah, that'd be cool. It'd be cool to have a whole album. Like, do some music and, like, diss on Zozo and the rest of them, and I'm just kidding. But maybe you could put in some of the regulars' names in the song, like, Zozo, she ain't no bozo. And then go on to the next one. These different people. The nemesises, the nemesi, whatever the hell the term is. That would be sweet, a song about the crew here.
With this, it wasn't told in relation to this case. It was being told by the insurance company to assume if it was totaled or not. So that had nothing to do with the case. There's no evidence to point towards.
Yeah, there's people out there that want to support my channel every single night. It makes it tough, but every channel has people that can support their channels. Like even, the guy from, Gary from Tactical. He has these 2 or 3 people that always are supporting his channel. I mean, what's wrong with having people that are that supportive of your channel? It's weird how people, they come in here and bash that stuff. I'm really appreciative of the people that can do that. I know people can't do it all the time, but there's times where people are doing that. And that's really the only way my channel is even surviving, is by the generosity of the people watching.
I mean, other than speculation.
And that's why the trolls, they try their best on every show to get people to not support my channel,
You have no idea what led them to you.
Alex Murdoch, greatest hits. Huh? How about you have like this?
Huh? It's the house.
And then yeah.
In this case.
Absolutely
well, thanks,
not.
Kishti.
Still a mystery to you.
Yes, and I would love to find out.
Were you dealing mostly with sheriff's deputies or FBI agents when you were detained?
When I was detained by the sheriffs, but in terms of all the questioning was done by the FBI.
I don't know. I don't know where that part is where he says that. Is that the beginning?
Many people have believed that you are the person on the surveillance video, the abductor, the masked person. Is that you?
Glance away.
It's not me. I don't see the resemblance of it looking like me, but absolutely not. I have nothing to do with this case.
Nothing to do with it. Do you have any idea who is involved in the abduction?
I don't. If I did, I would happily tell FBI, police, anything. I mean, I, like everyone else, just want Nancy to come home and be safe.
Kishti,
But
that's probably
being
late
said,
over there, huh?
I have nothing to do with this case, and
Yeah, well, send me an email on, I don't know how we collab or anything, but
that's it.
you can use my voice clone it as the singer. That would be sweet.
Explain to me what happened on the night you were detained, where you were, you're with your car. How did that unfold in your eyes?
So I was driving home. I noticed
Okay, let me see if this is that part.
2 sheriff vehicles following me. They pulled me over at the Culvers right there. Asked me to get out of the car. Didn't tell me what it was about. So they had me cuffed in the back of a cop car, detained. I was asking, like, what am I being detained for? And they wouldn't tell me anything. They just said that the detectives would be there to talk to me. And once I saw, like, FBI and all the other cars start pulling in, I'm like, oh, this is probably about the Guthrie case.
Oh, man, that's so much less bad the way that turned out. Man, these people are just idiots, you know? When they type stuff in, like you go to on Twitter, he goes, you know how they worded it? They said, man, he said when he got pulled over, he goes, man, this must be about the Guthrie case. Okay, it wasn't quite like that at all. As a matter of fact, the way he said it is natural and normal. It took him a while, like iterations of thought, and then it was when, FBI agent shows up, he goes, shit, this must be about the Guthrie case. That's totally different. Do you guys agree with that? That what people were claiming has nothing to do with this.
I'm like, this should be easy. Like,
Jesus, look at the difference.
So I was driving home. I noticed 2 sheriff vehicles
Right, but he didn't even think it until after he saw the FBI showing up.
was following me.
It's not a weird correlation whatsoever. You know?
They pulled me over at the Culvers right there. Asked me to get out of the car. Didn't tell me what it was about.
Now, right here, if he had said, but I thought maybe it was about the Guthrie case, that would have been weird, right? That would have been weird. But it's not. It's not weird at all because he goes...
So they had me cuffed in the back of a cop car, detained.
Wondering what the hell this is
I was
about.
asking, like, what am I
Wondering.
being detained for? And they wouldn't tell me anything. They just said that the detectives would be there to talk to me. And once I saw, like, FBI and all the other cars start pulling in, I'm like, oh, this is probably about the Guthrie case.
God, does that seem weird to you at all, that you would have that thought? No way, man. I mean, you're in that area, huge case, 2 weeks into it already. Surveillance had already been put out, huge case. God, I can't believe, yeah, jeez. Doesn't that make you angry? So I saw somebody on Twitter mention that. That's probably why I missed it, because it was so different, so much more natural and normal the way this turned out. But they said, man, when he got pulled over, he said, man, this must be about the Guthrie case. That's sketch, man. That's really sketch. Well, it isn't sketch at all. It's like literally exactly how any human being would do it. First he was like, pulled over, what's this about? What's this about? They wouldn't answer. And then he saw FBI agents showed up and he goes, man, this must be about the Guthrie case. Right? Totally normal. Hey, thank you, Wild Bill Wassman.
I'm like, this should be easy. Like, I have nothing to do with this, so it should be not a big deal to...
Yeah, so he immediately thought, man, it was about the Guthrie case, and I have nothing to do with it, so I'll be out of here.
My name and move on. But the whole time during the questioning, didn't really seem like...
I guess the problem is what happens is these, I'm not sure what you call them, just people with... They just follow these scenes around, right? And then they take a picture of the car. Then they get who owns the car. Then they look up the person. And, oh, my God, he's got these things. And then it just goes on and on. really quick from there. I guess we all do that, but I think we try to be a little bit more. I don't say names until it's been reported or something like that. Somebody else is, like a news outlet is saying it, but we look it up and like we were already looking into. I said, "Oh, the father has a name of a golfer." Just little hints, but I mean, there's a million different golfers' names. Okay, so what, Joseph? Who cares? Every human is not normal, Gray, especially criminals like him. Let me remind you, he has a court date in June with Kayla. So what? Yeah, what's funny is you have all these people that are so sure they know who the killer is, and yet they all have different people. Why is that? Which one is it, for God's sakes? All right, so you got that one. I have no idea what you're typing in, Joseph. You put down the sauce, man. I have no idea what you're typing in. Let's see. Full interview. There was also an interview with the... there are lots of criminals out there. Yep. That might be one of the reasons they pulled him over. Look at this guy's a criminal. He drives a vehicle that looks similar to the one that we see on the camera. His phone is pinging in the area. His phone would ping. It's sort of like in the Delphi case, Ron Logan's phone. Yes, it's going to ping near there because his house is right there. They found the girls on his property. But hey, guys, let's not have these lulls going. We could almost try to. Right now we're at about 40%, 45% of the nightly goals. So if you guys have the ability to help support the channel, that would be awesome. Thank you. Hey, look at that. Finally, we got Kishti as a member. I don't really care what your point is, Joseph. I don't, That's what, man. Listen, we do true crime differently than you do, okay? We just use logic, reason, common sense, the facts of the case. We don't just throw out, oh my God, look at this, because he's got a case at one point, he must be something. Just like in the case we did the other night. Remember that cold case that was solved? That we did the... By the way, that was one of the nuttiest... you guys should absolutely go back and watch that one. I mean, that case was absolutely crazy. The one of Morgan Violi. We covered it 3 times over the years. 2024 was the previous time. But this criminal named Robert Froberg, back in like 88, he was arrested, and then he was in jail, and then he escaped. And then when he escaped, he tried to lure a 7-year-old boy into the woods and got caught. And then while he was going to be extradited, he escaped again, and then he killed a 7-year-old girl. And, nobody knew who killed, for decades. Nobody knew. And it turns out, they found a hair in the vehicle that they had found. There was it was the craziest case. Just go watch the last part of that show. Hey, good night, Kishti. And the thing is everybody accused... Listen to this. So in this case where this girl is abducted, she's abducted right from the front of her house. Her father and her mother had just got divorced, and she was awarded custody. Wouldn't that be your first, you would just go, okay, man, he's got to have something to do with it. Because that's the classic case right there. That he had something to do with that abduction. And he had absolutely nothing to do with it. He had to live for years of people accusing him because, because of that. And it turned out to be a serial killer. Okay, had nothing to do with that guy. Yeah. We need to see if we can get a few more challenges going in here tonight. Because where we're at now, we're not even at 50%. We made some good progress for a minute there, but you guys can see it's not the same as like our normal nights, so it is what it is. Yeah, that's right. They accused the dad and Elizabeth Smart, but there's a crazy person out there that did that. It is pretty foobar. Hey, see you later, Boston. Now, these are just different articles that I found out there. This is from yesterday. This was one, I think this is Coffin Daffer. It seemed like an interesting, I wanted to see what the take was on it. FBI expert explains why Annie Guthrie's car remains with police after Nancy Guthrie's disappearance. So that's exactly what we were just talking about, right? So how about this one, Zozo? I don't know if you're out there, but let's see what she has to say. 1 month after Nancy Guthrie vanished from her Tucson home, retired FBI agent Jennifer Coffindaffer questioned why... Question why Annie Guthrie and Tommaso Sione's car still hadn't been returned despite family clearances. On February 27, 2026, a true crime correspondent for Arizona CBS 5, Brianna Whitney, reported... Okay, so this is based on her reporting. I don't know. Because they don't want to have their faces out there. Let's just go over this and see what they say. But hey guys, can you guys please help support the channel? We're just hitting a massive lull again, and we're not going to be able to make it just like yesterday if we don't get people to say, hey, Gray's channel is worth it, man. Let's buy some memberships for people. Let's help support it. Anyways, this is the same video that we just watched from Brianna Whitney. That's where that whole story came from, that they still had the car. Reported that Pima County Sheriff Department is still holding Annie Guthrie and Tommaso Sione's car. She revealed that she received the following statement from officials on the status of the vehicle. All we can say right now, the vehicle is still part of the investigation. Yeah, we reported on that on the same date. Jennifer Coffindaffer is a retired FBI special agent and former SWAT team member who now contributes to News Nation. Okay, and then on March 1st, 2026, she published a video on YouTube channel, Break the Case with Jen Coffindaffer, FBI, in which she discussed the police. She probably meant to say break in the case, where she discussed the police not returning the Guthrie family car. In doing so, she expressed that she was going to debunk the idea that the vehicle not being returned yet means that the police suspect Annie Guthrie or Tommaso. You hit the little cash button below the live chat there. Right? But, man, my words don't have any effect on anybody. So if anybody wants to do a challenge out there, I'd be grateful. We're just not even, literally or like about 45% right now. I just want to see what her opinion is on this. I don't, like, I'm not a huge, like, oh, everything she says is accurate. In doing so, she expressed, let me see. Jennifer Govendeffer is a retired FBI agent and former SWAT. Okay, we already did that. I do want to talk about this because a lot of people have been saying this. I want to debunk this right now. But Jen, they have their cars. They seize the car. She also pointed out that officials appear to be holding on to several vehicles related to the case. Let's talk about the car that they have. We know they have the car because I saw Chris Nanos talk about it. Hey, thanks, Pam. Yes, we have the car. We're still looking at it. I also think they have the Range Rover. At least we have no information that they don't have the Range Rover. I also think they have the Range Rover. So they still have that car of... At least we have no information they don't have the Range Rover. What did that guy just say in that interview? How about Nancy's car? I didn't see that pulled back in the garage. They are still processing everything. Coffindaffer stressed that investigators will process all evidence, including family-related items, but she doesn't believe that they are suspects. Coffindaffer explained she believes that the police aren't looking at Annie Guthrie or Tommaso Cioni because they haven't sought probable cause search warrants. It kind of made sense, right? Those vehicles are going to be looked at. Are they looking at somebody that they might know? I don't know. But I can tell you what is important. Their searches have been consent searches. In other words, law enforcement didn't have any probable cause to believe they were involved. They got consent. If they had probable cause, I could tell you this as an FBI agent. If I had probable cause, I'm not going to get consent. Coffindaffer continued, why would I use consent when I know that in court of law, it's going to be argued that the person was coerced, the person didn't really give the consent, the FBI agent made it up. All the things that can happen. Well, you can't do that with search warrant because a search warrant is signed off on by the judge, a federal judge, and says, you've got probable cause here. So that's always the route you're going to use in this situation if you have it. They didn't have it. That actually makes a hell of a lot of sense right there. You're not going to go, hey, give us consent. But if you have probable cause, you just get to go do it. If you get consent, like she's saying, there's 3 or 4 different arguments the defense team could make. So why wouldn't you use it? That means they didn't have anything other than he was the one that dropped her off. And that was it. That kind of makes sense. Man, I was really hoping tonight wouldn't be one of those nights where I have to just keep grinding away and trying to reach the goals. But can you guys please help support the channel? We need gifted channel memberships, super chats, etc. I don't have any other way. I can't make stuff appear, so pretend that I'm worthy of being supported like you went out to a restaurant. I don't know why it's not back with him. She didn't. I don't know, maybe she answers the question later. I'm just saying they didn't have probable cause. That's why they didn't use it. Coffindaffer continued, why would I use consent when I know that in court of law it's going to be argued that the person was coerced. The person didn't really give the consent. The FBI agent made it up. All the things. Ultimately, Coffindaffer theorized that the police could still be holding the car to look for evidence that the kidnapper tracked Nancy from Annie and Tommaso's. How would that? That doesn't make sense. What are you going to get from the car that would show that there was somebody else following your car? That's ridiculous. It is possible that they could have been in Nancy Guthrie's neighborhood waiting for her to come get home. It's possible, but it also is possible that she was tracked from Annie and Tommaso's house. It's possible a tracker could have been oh, you mean a tracking device or something? Oh, God. Wow, okay. It's possible a tracker could have been put on there. It's possible that a person could have interfaced with that car and thus they looked at fingerprints. It's possible. They're looking for possible DNA. Yeah, possible. We could throw a million possibles out there. You know, basically, she explained why she doesn't think that they're suspects because there wasn't probable cause. But she didn't explain well at all why the car is they still have the car. That didn't explain that. Thanks, Wild Bill Wassman. You know, it must be so great to have, like, the, you know, former this or former that, you know? I wish I had that. Because I think through cases better than 90% of these people that are online. They go, I was a former this. I actually know the cases, you know? That's the difference. I know the damn things. I can, you know, when I theorize, it's very close a lot of times to what happened. This is one of those cases that's tough because every theory that you've got is always contradicted by something else. I don't think he favored anything. You're just imagining things. That's true. I agree. Yeah. So I don't know. Man, we got to get some sort of a wave going. It just always piddles off after one, and we're just not going to be able to make it. He's shorter than... Oh, look at that. Another challenge by Marty's Bar and Grill. Well, that's very kind of you there, Marty. He said that if you guys gift one membership, he'll donate 10, basically, but in the form of coffee. All right, how do you like that? Yeah, no, it's amazing. Have you guys ever watched the, like, a lot of times the ex-detectives and the ex-agents and this and that, they always have an outlandish theory. It's like something that it's, not every single time, but it seems like a lot of them always have something that's just not very likely, but they say it anyways. You know, for example, what we just read right there. You know, I don't dislike Covendaffer. I thought what she said above was totally normal, but it turns out that it isn't. You know, like the stuff down below when she's talking about, well, maybe they put a tracker, it's possible, and possible this and possible. Those things are all completely not likely at all, the stuff that she was mentioning. Well, good, Pam. I don't know if you're being sarcastic or whatever, but I mean, I do use that here. Hey, we got Wild Bill Wassman, Happy Montana, and we need 3 more of those. So if you guys have the ability, 3 of you, to buy 3 more coffees, it's actually 3 to 1. So just by getting those 5, we're going to get 10 back. Well, I mean, memberships for you. You buy 3 more memberships, and then 10 coffees is the same as 10 memberships. Yeah, right. That's because there's a lot of crazy people, Debbie, out there, you know. That's the truth. There's a lot of, you know. I mean, he's kind of an older guy. It wouldn't shock me if he's limping. The guy in the video isn't limping, right? It's not him. I mean, so let's say even if Tommaso's limping, what relevance does it have when Tommaso isn't the guy in the video in surveillance? You know what I mean? All right, you guys, we need 3 more. Okay, there's Randizzle Randy. All right, so 2 more. Randizzle. Randizzle Randy. Yeah, so, I mean, I guess we can't absolutely say with absolute certain that, the family member isn't involved somehow, and they're just, this whole thing is, it's going to all come back around. Why do they still have the car? It just seemed like Savannah at this point would have been privy to information and wouldn't be having her arm around and really seemingly genuinely affectionate towards Tommaso if there was something there, All right, you guys, who's going to do the other 2 channel memberships? We got people that could get gifted memberships, and that's how we're going to reach the challenge by Marty's Bar and Grill. Just need 2 more. It is, I mean, this is where it loses me. Is it possible that they could have been in Nancy's neighborhood waiting for her to get home? It's possible, but is it also this is the ancient aliens theory. This is how they do it. Is it also possible that she was tracked from Annie in Tommaso's house? Is it possible a tracker device could have been put on there? Is it possible that a person could have interfaced with that car and thus they're looking at fingerprints? Is it possible? They're looking for possible... Yeah, that's how it works right there. Have you guys ever watched the show Ancient Aliens, right? Well, I don't want to, but how about possible? How about we just say, I'm just going to use his first letter of his name, all right? I'll just put as a family member involved. But hey, you guys, we need 2 more gifted channel membership. It's 2 for 1 on your 3 for 1 on your end. I don't know. I'm just gonna put that. I mean, my thing is if he is involved somehow, it has nothing to do with him physically being there. It's that he got somebody else to do it. But how come it's so difficult to get these 2 gifted memberships? That's it's a 3 for 1er because of Marty's Bar and Grill. That means he's going to do 10 after you guys just do 5. 1 apiece, No, he didn't have the ring. There's no ring, by the way, you guys, in the surveillance footage. And I'll tell you one of the most ridiculous things that I keep hearing everybody, they're so confident about, is that, he's got a radio in his pocket, and it's also could be a scanner device. It could be, where the hell's this stuff coming from, you guys? I mean, you can't see it. You know why? Because it's in his pocket. It could be anything. It's crazy. Hey, look at there's Coco Love. Hey, I sent you an email the other day. Did you ever get it? Hey, Coco Love. I always like it when Coco Love's here. She laughs at my jokes, so. All right, we just need 1 more. Who's going to be the hero? Who's going to be the hero? I'm not even sure what I was just going to go do. Oh, yeah. No, I was looking for Premiere, not Photoshop. 1 gifted memberships. Oh, well, there's one right there again by Coco Love. Man, it's so difficult to get people supporting the last 2 days. Brutal. Thank you. All right, so there you go. Looks like we reached it. Now we're probably 1.5 challenges later, away from, maybe 2 challenges away from a minimum goal later. So let's see if we can, I don't even know if that'll get there. Yeah. And if you're new here and you're wondering what we're doing when we try to reach goals and so forth, my channel, let me just show it over here really quick. Hold on. This is what makes us different. My channel, out of the income from the channel, since January of 2020, we did $22,000 we donated to true crime-related charities right during the beginning of the pandemic. The next year, $42,500, right in the heart of the pandemic. And then the year sort of leading to the end of the pandemic, $62,250. And then $57,000 in 2023, $49,000 in 2024. And this last year we did $46,201. And we're at $8,000 this year so far. All right, so out of the income from the channel, I donate a large portion to various true crime-related charities, as well as it's supporting my channel. So if you're actually somebody out there that likes my channel and wants to keep it around, I would appreciate your support. I mean, if we weren't getting support on the channels, I wouldn't be able to do the show. Because my videos, some videos do well, and a lot of them do terribly, and there's no way to survive. So if you guys have the ability to support the channel out there, I would appreciate it, but we're not like the other ones. For example, JLR, he's never donated a nickel, so when you look at somebody like him, he makes the amount of money that we donated, he probably makes that in about 6 months. Okay? I mean, these guys, and they don't donate a damn thing. All right? We actually try to make a difference out there. These guys just run around like it's a gold rush and show up at every scene and stay there lined up, putting their pan in there, you know, digging out the gold, and that's it. I have to scratch and claw and dig every single night over here, so I need your guys' support. Thank you. No, it doesn't look that way, Roxanne. Your brain must not work. We're at 8,000 in 2 months. Yeah, it's looks like a 48,000. Be great if it was at 80. Yeah, but it's not. If we do 4,000 a month for 12 months, that would make it 48,000. So it should be kind of similar to these last 2 years. So can you guys please help support the channel tonight? Thank you. Come on, Roxanne. Jeez. You know it doesn't math. If it was 1 month, it would have been, man, that'd be huge. That'd be 90 something. That's not how, it would be 48 times 2, 96. Thank you, Marty's Bar and Grill. That was, well, I'd love it if that was true, Roxanne. Unfortunately. I mean, that would be amazing, but it's not. In addition to Coffindaffer's analysis, Pima County Sheriff Chris Nanos has publicly cleared the Guthrie family. Still, his plea for rumors about the Guthrie family to stop makes her commentary valuable and timely pushback against those still looking for reasons to point fingers. Right. Well, there you go. You know, that's the thing. I mean, I think, like, my opinion right now is based on circumstantial evidence of how Savannah was treating Tommaso along with Annie, and the fact that The sheriff cleared them. I think the weight is that they're not involved, and yet they still have the car. So, I mean, I guess that's sort of one conflicting piece of information, but you would think that Savannah, I mean, this is the first time Tommaso's even been seen, and so, like, it's pretty amazing that, you know, they're having him show up right there. I wonder how planned all this was, because they're, like, everybody was gone. You know, some of these live streamers, they bailed just before they showed up there. Man, they're probably kicking themselves. They would have had 100,000, 200, you know, 150,000 watching. Yeah, make sure to hit that like button. But we definitely need. We're still like we're not even at last night's totals, you guys, and we didn't make it last night. So, trying to just kind of keep moving forward here. So, if you guys have the ability, that would be great. Okay, get rid of that one. All right, here's another article. Good night, Linda Howell, as in Linda Molden Howe of the Cattle Mutilations and Crop Circles. Wait, we should do it like this. Good night, Linda Molden Howe of the Cattle Mutilations and Crop Circles. Thank you for watching. There you go. All right. All right. Awesome. Don't forget to put your UFOs and spaceships in there. See, yeah, so she always does that one. Has the alien, the cow, the spaceship. I think what you need, though, right after the cow is a knife. All right, because the aliens did cattle mutilations. All right, so you might have, I think I would go alien, the spaceship, alien, knife, cow, corn, circle. That's what I would do. All right. So it'd be like an alien spacecraft brings an alien down who then mutilates a cow, and then also, as they were landing in a cornfield, created a crop circle. There you go. You got it? Yeah. No, I just did one. But man, you guys, how come my pleas for help supporting the channel just fall on so many deaf ears? It's just like, I don't know what to do, man. It's just, it's really kind of freaky, to be honest. Because currently we're just not even at last night's. We need like another 25 channel memberships to just reach the minimum goal, which we've been doing. We did all last month other than one day. And we started off this month, the first day, not even close, and we're right there again. So, I'm not sure. Maybe we'll just have to see how it goes. What's this one here? Ghoulish Nancy Guthrie streamers are feuding with each other outside her house as crime scene becomes grim spectacle. Look at these idiots here. Who's this person? Ghoulish streamers are turning Nancy Guthrie's Tucson home into a grim spectacle as they feud with each other a month after the 84-year-old grandmother went missing. One streamer, who goes by Kiki, showed up at the crime scene over the weekend wearing a tiny pair of booty shorts and a crop top, accompanied by a leather-clad. This person should probably do the, let's see, recreational mummification. But she got into a fight online with other streamers who were on site, including, oh, look at the true crime gadfly. Hold on. What is that? I don't even know what that means. A fly that bites livestock, especially including the true crime gadfly JLR investigates another person known online as Criminal Network. I don't know what he's known as. If you look him up on Wikipedia, though, you'd see. They accused her of using the scene of the Guthrie tragedy to stage a risque photo shoot. What are you guys doing now? You guys are sitting there blocking the neighborhood for a month, every day, sitting outside with your camera pointed at the home when nothing was going on, waiting for your pot of gold to come down the stream. It's crazy. Hey, we got a challenge, you guys, by Coco Love in here. She said she'll donate 5 memberships if we can get 5 other people to donate 1. That'd be amazing. So can we do it? Can we get to Coco Love's challenge? Yeah, but I don't think. I mean, they had their. Yeah, I don't know. I look at those streamers totally differently. They are just blood-sucking psychos. You know, I've gone to crime scenes, but I don't sit there and camp out and stare at the. You know, ooh, it's weird. Okay, and I don't know. I mean, it's great. It'd be so awesome to have that many people watching. Yeah, well, she's saying we can do it. She has faith, you guys. So that's a challenge that we've got in the stream here. Coco Love said. So can we all join in and meet her challenge there so we can try to start reaching the goal tonight? Hey, we got one in there by Jessica Schubach. The clip ended up on X where the streamers had it out with each other. I haven't seen it. Does anybody know where that is? You can send it to me. Adults talking, pay attention. Adults talking, pay attention. Kiki, once this becomes about me or you, it's no longer about Nancy. So unless you are helping to find her, respectively, oh yeah, like you know what's funny? If that came from JLR, he has absolutely no right to even say anything like that. He has been one of the most ridiculous streamers in the history of... He's entertaining. People love it. He's running around doing this and that and the other thing. But he actually made it so that people can't even watch the Barry Morphew case because he just streamed a court hearing when he wasn't supposed to. You know, he doesn't give a damn. It's all just about the views, et cetera, et cetera. And you know what's amazing is in this underneath the post, what was that? I think it was on this article up above. Everybody was saying, like, "Oh, thank God!" Now this, they're talking about him. They'll get the hell out of there. You know. But man, people love it. You know, you got 50,000 people watching. Can't really argue with that. But hey, you guys, we are trying to get Coco Love's challenge here. We need 4 more. She's working hard too. Look, she's saying 4 more with a smile. Is there a reason we can't get that one? I will no longer... I mean, look at what I have to do on my show to try to make it. If you have 40,000 people watching, you don't have to do a damn thing. You make 10... He probably makes 4,000 an episode that he was doing. Those live streams. I will no longer entertain you or your hidden motives, Nancy. Notice your name is not Nancy. But Kiki defended herself, saying that she was merely shooting preview photos for an episode of an upcoming True Crime Channel episode about the Guthrie case. Really? But why are you dressed like that? I don't know. I think I'd be saying something to her too, but... And there's Wild Bill Wassman again. How come the other people they don't help? But I appreciate all the ones that you guys do. It's so generous of you guys. It's just, it'd be great if it was more democratic and more people, you know, just buy a channel membership for somebody. And she accused her critics of diverting attention from Nancy's disappearance, saying they were focused on her outfit and making the situation about her instead of the tragedy. But I think if you show up looking like that, you're sort of intentionally taking, you know, you successfully turned all the attention from Nancy Guthrie and diverted it to me, Kiki wrote, calling out the JLR account. I think the FBI would applaud you for your job well done while you were focusing all your attention on me. I was reporting the facts and raising awareness in my own video, she added. But even while some commenters corroborated her claims, others still weren't buying it. Who shows up to an 84-year-old missing woman's home posing half naked in front of her home for photos? Yeah, I mean, I see that argument too. Thanks, Wild Bill Wassman. We need 3 more gifted memberships, you guys. And I guess this is kind of like what our topic was on the show. I know, man. And those 3 don't even get us to the minimum goal still. I mean, that's the crazy part about this. I mean, this is... Over the past 3 weeks, if you happen to turn on the news or scroll through your phone, you would likely hear one name over and over and over again. Just like me having to say, could you guys please help support the channel? Over and over and over again. You would hear Nancy Guthrie. The abduction of the mother of Today's Show host Savannah Guthrie has captivated the nation as one of the most shocking and bizarre true crime stories of the decade. Nancy Guthrie, 84, and with limited mobility, was last seen at her southern Arizona home January 31st and was reported missing the next day. Authorities have said she was taken against her will and have released piecemeal updates as the case has unfolded, including a video of suspected kidnapper in a ski mask and DNA evidence. Savannah Guthrie, who has been absent from her marquee morning show since the disappearance, has released a slew of heartbreaking videos pleading for her mother's return. All right, guys, we need 3 more gifted channel memberships up there to reach the goal set out there by Coco Love, and then she'll donate 5 all by herself. We just need 3 people to do 1. With every passing day, some observers feel as though the case might never be solved. Pima County Sheriff Chris Nanos continues to hold out hope that Nancy Guthrie will be found alive. As long as we have the ability to chase a lead, the case is not cold. There comes a moment in every news story, crime or politics or anything else, when the public and the media move on. There are few, if any, updates from authorities and other breaking news, from a deadly avalanche to the arrest of former Prince Andrew, fills our feeds. But even if fewer people are paying attention, Nancy Guthrie is still missing. What happens in big cases when the media stops shouting? I don't know. It just, well, what happens when the mainstream media quits doing it is the online community takes over, which is really inundated with the conspiracy nutters. Yet they're still providing coverage of a case. They're just full of crap, and at least it keeps it out there in the public. That's all you got to look at. And they just keep doing well over and over and over again. But hey, guys, we need 3 more gifted channel memberships. Is there a reason we can't get these? Seems pretty simple. She put that out there a long time ago, and it's just still sitting here lingering. So can you guys please help support the channel with 3 gifted memberships so that the challenge can be met. This is an unusual story, says Robert Thompson, professor of pop culture and television at the Newhouse School of Public Communications at Syracuse University. It is kidnapping with a celebrity connection. The connection is right in the heart of the news industry. Savannah Guthrie is a longtime member of a legacy news operation at NBC News at the Today Show, which is 75 years old. When we see her every morning on TV, she feels like our own family. I don't know. I'm getting that same feeling I had last night. Wish I didn't feel that way, but it's just... God damn. Unbelievable. With every passing day, some observers feel as though the case might never be solved. Pima County Sheriff Chris Nanos continued. There comes a moment in every news... Where was the part we were at? This is an unusual story. We did that. As with the Lindbergh baby kidnapping nearly 100 years ago and the O.J. Simpson case 30 years ago, the public remains obsessed with crime and celebrity. The Hollywood Reporter has called the kidnapping the crime of the century. The way the investigation by the Pima County Sheriff's Office has unfolded has contributed to the swarm. I have been struck by how news about the case has been released by the authorities in a piecemeal, occasional fashion, says David Schmidt, Associated Professor of Culture Studies at the University of Buffalo. If I didn't know better, I would say that it's almost a calculated strategy to try and maintain interest in the case for as long as possible. But while the breadcrumbs of information have drawn out the case, which would lead to more tips that might help bring Nancy Guthrie's return, now the simple lack of information is part of why the story is dropping out of the headlines. Nothing is happening, Thompson says. We're not getting new information. We're not finding where she is. It's reaching an equilibrium. How much airtime is related to how much information we actually have to report. Thompson compared Guthrie's kidnapping to the missing Malaysian airline Flight 370, an international flight in 2014 that disappeared with 239 people on board. The outlandish and mystifying story received nearly wall-to-wall coverage, but the plane was never found. Slowly, the flight appeared in headlines and broadcasts with less regularity until you couldn't find mentions of it anymore. Other current events took priority. Well, thanks, Wild Bill Wassman. We need 2 more, you guys. And I'm not sure why, I mean, I really appreciate Wild Bill Wassman doing that, but I mean, it seems like it should be sort of easy for other people to help get some of these goals in here. We've never really struggled, like the last 4 days or so, like I think not even donation night on here wasn't very good. And then the day before that was the worst night in a month. And then the first night of this month is terrible. And then tonight is just an absolute struggle again. And don't know what the difference is. I'm trying my best to do good shows for you guys. And I hate having to ask. I absolutely loathe having to ask. But if I don't do it, we're not going to make it. And then at the end of the month, we won't be donating a nickel to anything because I won't have extra. That's just kind of the way it is. This channel just sort of relies on, being able to survive itself, and then we take huge portions of money that's brought in and give it out to true crime-related charities. And so I need your guys' support. We need 2 more gifted channel memberships. Yeah, nobody has to force anybody, and you don't have to do anything. I'm just keep asking over and over and over. See, this is what we get. We get these trolls that make idiotic comments that don't know what the hell they're talking about. If I was forcing people, it would sound different. I'm just trying to get people to support the channel, because that's what we've been doing for 6 years. And now it's becoming harder and harder and harder, because a lot of you want to go out and support these dipshits who sit there and film the house every day, and not channels that literally put together the facts of the case and put it together, okay? That's what we do here. If you don't like it, don't watch. But it's been like this, and it's just disgusting, you know, that you get people that show up that make comments like that, and I don't know what else I can do here other than keep trying and trying and trying and trying, and it gets so frustrating on my end, all right? It shouldn't be this difficult. You guys know what we do here. We have a freaking scholarship fund. We've got a massive DNA fund that we've put together. I don't know how many times I have to go over it. When I went over the entire thing earlier about what we do, nothing, not a soul helped support the channel after we went through the whole thing. And so that just shows you, it's like, yeah, whatever, Gray, just do the show. Just do the show. You know, that's all I want. Gray, just do the damn show. Shut the hell up. And I just can't do it that way, you know. My channel relies on the people watching. That's how it's always been, all right? Yeah. Where do these trolls come from? They just sort of like pop in. Right, yeah. I don't know where these people are coming from. They're just sort of popping up in different places. Oh, there you go. It was a weird name. Looked different than the name that I could see. Yeah. So we're looking to get 2 more gifted channel memberships so we can just reach Coco Love's simple goal that she put together earlier. All right. Yeah. Well, my channel, that's what a huge part of what our channel does here is, you know, not only to having it survive, but we make a huge difference. I think $288,000 since January of 2020 is a big deal. Okay, that's what we do. All right. And, you know, I guess I don't know what else to say. That's just what my channel's been doing. So it is a big part of the show, and it shouldn't be that difficult is what I'm trying to tell you. Man, people are just... Let's see. Thompson compared Guthrie's kidnapping to the missing Malaysia airline. Yeah, I don't know. That's kind of a totally different situation. I mean, I guess he's just comparing the media, how it just sort of stopped one day. I think it stopped the day after Don Lemon said, you know what? I was thinking about this. Could this be some sort of like a black hole, you know? Or, you know, and then it's like, wow, that's just totally jumped the shark, you know? And as soon as he said that, I go, okay, nobody's covering this one anymore. Yeah, there's really no way to work out a total path of escape since we don't know where the person went or anything. I've come up with ideas and so forth, and which turns out my original ideas were near where the gloves were found, etc. But you guys, we need 2 more gifted channel memberships. Who's going to do them? That would be fantastic. Experts expect that while many national outlets will have to move on from major Guthrie coverage sooner, NBC News and local Arizona outlets will keep investigating and reporting on the case aggressively. Right, well, you'd think NBC, because that's where Savannah... this case isn't going to really... It might not be quite as huge, but it'll be bigger than way bigger than other cases. The mass of national press that swarmed Tucson, Arizona in the first 2 weeks of the case was overwhelming, lining the streets near Guthrie's house with news vans and reporters. In week 3, the crowds were considerably smaller, but local outlets are still there. This is a local story, Thompson says, and you would expect that Arizona outlets would continue to cover because that's where it's happening. As national outlets cede territory, reliable information could be harder to find as amateur sleuths and influencers using questionable tactics for information gathering flood the zone with conspiracy. Yeah, totally. That's exactly right. With conspiracy theories, unverified facts, podcasts, and live streams. That's exactly what I just said a minute ago. All right, guys. So if you have the ability to help support the channel, we just need 2 more gifted channel memberships. Thank you. As national outlets cede territory, reliable information could be harder to find as amateur sleuths and influencers using questionable tactics for information gathering flood the zone with the conspiracy theories, unverified facts, podcasts, and live streams. Yeah. But one national outlet will not be able to give up the case. That today's show is not the evening news, Thompson says. The hosts are meant to be surrogate family members. We're in our living rooms. The only problem with that is, you could see sort of the HLN effect with the Jodi Arias case, where, Jodi Arias, during that trial, they covered that, and I don't know, they had all these extra shows, and that's all, basically their entire network was about that. And then when it was done, I don't know, HLN, they were doing okay anyways. It just seemed like it changed things a lot. I don't know, Sandy Will. I don't know. I have no idea. It's almost like like I'm being punished for something that I did or something. It's really bizarre. That's how I feel, like I did something. They still have the comfortable sofa. So it says right here, when they do that show, we're in our living rooms was old idea, watching them in theirs, and sets used to look like living room sets. They still have that comfortable sofa. It's impossible for the Today family and parent company to give up on the Nancy Guthrie, he says. What will changing media attention mean for the search for Nancy Guthrie? The more eyes looking for missing people, the better, says Daniel Slackoff. Well, there's Sandy Willer themselves. Well, thank you. I guess we just need one more now. Associate Professor of Criminal Justice at California State University, Sacramento, who researches missing person cases. Media pressure makes law enforcement move. It can place pressure on criminal justice officials to focus on their loved one's case. For that reason, media attention can be both helpful and desperately wanted by families. But it's not easy for any family to navigate. When a case is still an active missing person investigation, the family can feel a tension between their extreme loss of privacy and their desire to keep their loved one's case in the public eye, Slackoff says. Hey, look at that. We miraculously, after 25 minutes, and look at, there's Wild Bill Wassman again. I wish I could give you that one back. But thank you. Hey, we made the goal by Coco Love. All right. Thank you, guys. Thanks, Coco Love. Don't know why it was so difficult, but hey, we did it. Yeah, I'll tell you what. See, when I do this channel, I've always felt like, even when I'm sitting here and I'm asking, and I don't want to have to ask on my shows for super chats and all that, or try to have these things. It just seems like people would want to support a channel that covers true crime the right way, using factual information. puts together things in a logical, reasonable way without wildly speculating and doing crazy conspiracy theory nonsense. And then, not only that, we give back a tremendous amount of money each year to various true crime related charities. And it's bizarre to me that people would rather watch these live streamers and just shower them with super chats and all this crap, and they're just staring at a house. Okay? Just absolutely, it's mind-boggling. So I guess that's where I'm at. I would hope that people would be like, yeah, we've had this huge freak family for a while, and it just seems like a lot of people show up, they don't know what the hell we're doing, and it's just... Anyways, thank you guys. You're right, Coco Love, we did it. Took a little bit of time there, but... Yeah, wasn't that? Yeah, that's exactly right. As soon as they got the live streamers out of there, they brought in Savannah. That's hilarious. But they let people like, Ryan Enton and whatnot stay around. They probably were made aware. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too, Coffee Slayer. Exactly the same thing. And we need I guess, well, the real number is 15 channel memberships to make the minimum goal. But at least we're close, Maybe we can do 15 by the time the show's over. Who the hell knows? But I don't know, based on what we've been doing. But we're ahead of yesterday. That's the only thing that it's positive. Let's see. The more eyes looking for missing people, the better, says Daniel Slackoff, an associate professor of criminal justice at California State University, Sacramento, who researches missing person cases. Media pressure makes law enforcement move. It can place pressure on criminal justice officials to focus on... What the heck? Come on, Coco Love. Well, thank you. That was really nice of you. Man, we haven't seen those in a while. I wish the music would play. It's got some cool music. But somehow I gotta figure out how to get that working again. Thank you. Wow, let's see. So what does that put us at? Well, I guess that means we need 5 more gifted channel memberships, and boom, that'll even donate 5. So there's the last challenge. You guys can still support the channel if you want to, but that'd be cool if we can get 5 more gifted channel memberships. Like I said, so that's equivalent to 10 right there. Anyways, thank you so much, Coco Love. Appreciate what you bring. See that? And I can make it bigger using that one. Yeah, the rap song. Yeah. Yeah, all right. So that'll be my challenge, although my challenges don't really work, so maybe somebody else could do it. I'll donate 5 channel memberships if you guys do 5. Right? Well, there's one. Hey, look at that, you guys. We need 4 more. All right, but it's not easy for any family to navigate. When a case is still an active missing person investigation, the family can feel a tension between their extreme loss of privacy and their desire to keep their loved one's case in the public eye. Media respond to news and to public interest. The general public is extremely fickle, says Schmidt. No, but don't we know that? The cultural studies professor, I guess that's what he is. Today's attention economy is more competitive than ever, and it doesn't take long for people to move on from any event if they're not being entertained on a regular basis, right? And that's why those live streamers, they just do so well. It doesn't matter. They can just sit there and fill you with garbage, absolutely give you nothing, and boy, they're just watched. Investigators, of course, have a different goalpost, Nanos has said. Authorities will continue until they have exhausted every lead and the tip line will remain open. Yeah, I don't know. There you go. So there's that one, and I wanted to look at this. People are talking about something in a pocket. You know, they're just, it's amazing whenever, like, the bigger channels, you know, like Brian Etten or one of those guys, if they bring up something, then it immediately turns into like a real, like, oh my God, this is a real factual thing, and this is a real thing, instead of just realizing that they're just kind of just doing what everybody else is doing and looking at a photo and guessing. I'm not sure what happened to you. What does that mean? Yeah, what we're looking for is 4 more gifted memberships, then I'll donate 5. Not sure what happened here. I'm going to get out of here. Something was frozen on there. Oh, I guess somebody accidentally blocked you. I don't see it, but... Unknown error occurred. Weird. What happens if I click that? Uh-oh. An unknown error. Jeez. That's not good. Maybe if I do Control-Alt-Delete... Adobe Crash Processor. Let me get rid of the Creative Cloud, maybe. See what happens. And try to open it back up again. All right. All right, I deleted every single process that had the word Adobe in it. All right, any chance we can get my... we just need 4 more memberships to get to the goal, and then I'll donate 5 myself. All right, it's trying to open up Creative Cloud. Let's see what happens. I shut down every single thing related to it. Anyways, did anybody see me on Court TV tonight? Or I thought it was pretty good, even though they're sort of not my, technical, observational types. Show, but at least I think I spoke coherently. Yeah, what's going on? Look at this. What the hell's happening with this? Wow. It's almost reboot time, it seems like. It's just got a... It's clocking. Oh yeah, you liked it? Alright. Cool. Yeah, I feel like something's just gonna freeze up on me here. I don't know. Not sure what to do with that. You know what's weird is over here. Oh, I'm frozen too, right? Like am I frozen to you guys on my screen? Yeah, weird, because it looks like it's frozen. Can you guys hear me or anything? Or am I moving around still on the screen? Yes, I am what? I'm frozen? But you can hear me though, right? Oh, shit. What happened? All right, I'm going to do another Control-Alt-Delete and shut down. Usually these are things you got to reboot. Yeah, I know. It looks like my audio is still working, but there's something wrong with the video. I mean, everything's just frozen. I mean, it's locked up. It looks like I'm looking to the right or something. And even, I can't even turn it off using Task Manager. It's pretty bad. Oh, maybe. Yeah, it won't let me even shut down. It's not responding. Premiere. And I don't know if, in this case, what happens when you... Should I try to reboot really quick? And see if I can come back on using StreamYard? I'm not going to end the stream, but I wonder what would happen if I just... What if I remove myself now? Should I try it? And if I can't come back on, I want to thank everybody who supported the channel tonight. Yeah, it'd be great to get the last 4 so I could donate my 5. But maybe while I'm gone, you guys can work on that. All right, I'm going to try to do this, though. All right, let me see what happens. I'm going to remove my... Okay. So I'm right here. I'm going to remove myself from the stage, and then I'm going to reboot and see what happens. All right? You knowing me, I don't know. Who are you talking to? I don't even know who you are. All right, so here we go. I'm going to try to reboot. Let's test it out, you guys. Can you guys hear me now? Are you guys still there? Yeah, that's weird. I think I'm back on, right? Can you guys see me? I don't know. I'll have to check it out. I get a haircut coming up here pretty soon. Yeah, getting one on Monday. Hey, came back. All right. Oh, who's got the coffees? All right, let's see. I'm going to try to get these things working. Okay, got that. All right. Boom. And I don't know if I got to get my stream chat working. No, who did it? Somebody did a challenge? What was it? I didn't see one. I guess I wasn't here, though. I don't know, does it work if you just type in like that? I don't know. Let's see. G'day. G'day, mate. I got 89,000. That's me all you score, mate. That's exactly what you guys sound like. What did I miss, though? Did I miss a challenge of some sort? Oh, I will send grade 25 in coffee for just one free membership. Wow. Well, all you guys had to do was, did we make the 5? Looks like it. We had Wild Bill Wassman, Sarah, Roger. Did we do it? I think we got the 5, right? Oh, we didn't? No what? No what? I don't know what you're saying, Zozo. I said a whole bunch of things. See, look at that at work. We ended up with 2? Oh, that, okay, yeah. It doesn't sound Australian, okay. G'day, mate. How about that one? G'day, mate. I know, so you guys always have, there's something, it always sounds like there's a question being asked. I don't know how to describe that. Okay, you guys did. Okay, good. So I can do, my challenge was met then. Okay. You know, the weird part is I always tell people what was weird, but it's not even weird at all. Is that, like, I think what are those white birds called? Like kuka, pocket? I don't know. You have a white bird that's like a parrot. And when they talk, it's has an Australian accent. Even though it's totally what they should sound like. It's not like, oh, this bird over there heard you say something, but it speaks with an American accent. Oh, yeah, okay, I knew it was something like that. Something like a... Yeah, cockatoo. I think that was it. That's right. That sounds right. So 58% said no on if the family's involved. Cockatoo. That's kind of what I remember. That's why that cockatiel sort of sound right, but I think it's just... You guys were close. Looks like Wild Bill Wassman had cockberry. It was close, It's some cocka something. All right, there we go. Well, thanks, Marty's Bar and Grill. Thank you. All right, let's see if we can find... These people keep talking about what they have in their pocket. And I don't know, man. Stuff like that. What pocket? His right pocket? Over here? Right there? This pocket right here? They think, is that like, they think that's like the top of a walkie-talkie or something? Looks like a cell phone to me or something. That's the edge of it. Sticking out. But he's got it turned off, maybe. It's shiny. What do you guys think? You got some antenna? I just think it's hilarious. Everybody knows what it is. Oh, this is a jammer. It's a jammer. Trying to make the story seem way more interesting. How can we tell what that is? Oh, they have like a laughing. I guess they do have a kookaburra over there. Wombats, those are pretty cool. They look like a huge beaver. Yeah, Australia is just so interesting like that with the animals. I mean, they're that part of the, Pangea, whatever the hell you want to call it, where it's separated so long ago that the mammals are totally different. With the pouches, all of them, every single mammal, I think, that's native to Australia has a pouch. That shows that they all came from a similar ancestor, but they're similar, I guess, what was that one, the Tasmanian tiger or whatever? I mean, that thing looks like, just like doesn't look like anything because the mouth is so big on it. It's called a thylacine or something like that. It has this huge mouth, but it looks kind of like a wolf or something. And then all of them, koala bears, pouch, kangaroos, pouch, possums, pouch. The wombats, everything. I guess the only thing that's a little off is the another creature that, the one that we've talked about before, what's the hell is the name of that one? Man, why isn't it popping into my head? The duck-billed platypus. That's the one I was looking for, yeah. Oh, then somebody just typed in platypus. There you go. Yeah, that's the one I was thinking of. It's just, God was drunk when he made a platypus. There's no way there was... if you believe that God created all the animals, he was absolutely wasted when he came up with the duck-billed platypus, right? Who the hell comes up with a creature that looks like a beaver, but has a duck bill on it, has webbed feet, and then a spike on its legs that has poison in it? Yeah, that makes a hell of a lot of sense. Let's see. Sang that song in third grade. Yeah, and that's the thing, is it lays eggs like a duck. So you have a mammal that lays eggs like a duck, has a duck bill on it, and then has like these back webbed feet. All of its feet are webbed feet because it swims and eats like crayfish and shit. But then it has this spike of poison You gotta admit, like, that's just, you know. We've talked about him before on here, that creature on here. I think it's one of those ones that everybody should talk about. It's so crazy that, I mean, look, right there. See, that's the animal. It's got the duckbill on it. That's probably a good picture of it with these. It's a mammal, though. You know. Got a duckbill face. And then these webbed feet. And then there's like this poison. Let's see. Yeah, right there. See that? There's a little barb of poison right there. Crazy. Looney Tunes. Look at that thing. That's probably like parallel evolution at its finest. I guess so. Or he had a few beers that day. Let's be honest. I think I talked about this like 4 years ago, but there's this, I remember when I was in college, I did this report on it where you had to do on evolution and stuff, and there was this one frog. It was like almost, I think it became, I'm not sure if it was extinct in 1940 something, whatever it was, but it was the craziest thing you've ever seen. So it was a frog that would lay eggs, and then through, you know, whatever process, evolutionary, there must have been a certain time, but the male would, I think it was either the male or female, whatever it was, I think they'd lay the eggs and then just eat them. They'd swallow down the entire eggs after they were fertilized. And then what the deal was inside the egg sac was a material that it actually neutralized the acid in the stomach of the frog. So after eating these fertilized eggs, it would sit there for months and get skinnier and skinnier and skinnier. But then eventually it would open its mouth and, well, I guess it would get bigger because it would look bigger. Oh, that's right. And then the frogs, and also in that, made it feel like he was full. So the frog felt like it was full. And so it wouldn't eat anything. And it just would wait, and all of a sudden it would open its mouth and these frogs would hop out. Fully grown, just babies, you know. Like, not fully grown, but like, you know, they're not tadpoles or anything. All that phase was inside the stomach. I mean, that's pretty wild. I mean, just think of that. Like, their instinct is to eat the babies they just had that were fertilized. But because of whatever reason, evolution, inside the egg sac is a neutralizing of acid, and it also kept the frog from feeling like it needed to eat anything. And then after a while, they open their mouth and frogs hop out. You gotta admit, that's crazy. Hey, thank you, Chris O'Connell. Yeah, let me see what that one was. What was the name of that? I think I got it. Let's see. Neutral. Oh, yeah. See, I think that they were talking about right here. See, look at resurrecting the extinct frog with a stomach for a womb. See, look at that. It's called, oh, come on. Don't let me do it. Don't let me. 2 years ago, Mike Archer from the University of New South Wales, hey, look at that, looked down a microscope and saw that a single fertilized frog egg had divided into two. Then it did it again and again. Eventually, the egg produced an embryo containing hundreds of cells. And apparently, we're not going to get to read it. That's too bad. Hey, New South Wales, though, that's I think that's Australia, isn't it? So that's from there. You guys have some crazy animals over there. All right. But hey, Coco Love, you got to check out the email if you can. Sounds like South Park. Well, New South Wales. What that freak frog is? Yeah, it's from there. Let's see. Yeah. Okay, yeah, so they were trying to clone it here. So this is Australia. It says Australian scientists have produced cloned embryos. This is 2013. Embryos of an extinct species of frog known for its strange reproductive behavior. The amphibian, the gastric, that's right. That's what I did it on. The gastric brooding frog. Boy, what a creative name, everybody. Wow, it's so creative, you know. Hey, the gastric brooding frog. One of only 2 species that swallowed its eggs, brooded the young in its stomach, and gave birth through its mouth. But it went extinct in 1983, so later than I thought. The closely related R. valenius died out in the wild in 1985. However, a team of researchers were able to recover cell nuclei from frozen, this is just like right out of Jurassic Park, frozen frog tissue collected in 1970s and implanted into fresh egg from another frog species. Some of the eggs then developed into early embryo stage, although none survived longer than a few days. The scientists said the process, which has not yet been published, could eventually lead to resurrection of the extinct species. Yeah, I think they've been doing that. They're trying to do it with the woolly mammoth using an elephant. We are watching Lazarus arise from the dead, step by exciting step, said University of New South Wales professor Mike Archer, leader of the amply named Lazarus Project. We're reactivated dead cells into living ones and revive the extinct frog's genome in the process. Now we have a fresh cryo-preserved cells of the extinct frog to use in future cloning experiments. Isn't that wild? It's just the craziest things. Yeah, you never know. I mean, I don't know. I mean, we were talking about the case, but I don't really, you know, we got disconnected and then I come back and I don't know. All right. What do you guys think that is right there? Does that look like the edge of the side of a cell phone? Or is it like one cylinder sticking up out of the pocket? What do you guys think? Hey, we still had 270 here even after I took off and came back. It's probably just the way New Zealand is, you know. But you'd think something would be on there. Let's see. What does a miniature signal jammer look like? What were people saying it is? A walkie... some people think it's like a walkie-talkie. Yeah. I mean, maybe something like that. But I mean, I don't know. That looks like it goes all the way up the side of whatever that is. Problem is, you can never actually tell what that is. Love your show, Gray. I suggest covering other great stories on your empty screens. What do you mean? When multitask around, you mean like I mean, what do you mean? How do I cover other stories on other screens? I don't know what that means. These are just set up like there's my dogs are on this one. I mean, I don't know how you cover them on different screens. I don't know what that means. Anybody know? I don't get it. Yeah, maybe it's something like that. That one looks pretty, on the edge there, but it looks, it's hard to say. It's become all the rage. Let's see if we can look at other frames, though. Does it ever show up again? Is that this thing right there? Is that it? Or is it part of the... It looks like it's part of the backpack. Although it's weird. It kind of... I mean, that is sort of where that would be, right? With the... It's almost sticking way up. And if that's... I think that is part of... What is that? So it is kind of a narrow thing, right? I mean... Because it looks like that is that. Doesn't it? When I go like that, it seems like, boom, it's right there and then there, but maybe it's sticking up more there. Because there doesn't seem to be anything else there. Nah. We're talking about this right here, Zozo. See that? That thing. See, look at it right there. See how it's shiny? And then it sort of comes out. And then it seems like it even shows up right there. See that? And then when the arm comes up, there it is again. Kind of interesting. I guess it is interesting. You know? For my Instagram, I hardly ever use that one. What do you mean a zip? What's a zip? Is that a cigarette, you mean? Or... Yeah, I never use Instagram. Maybe I should. Where do I look? I don't know. Can you send it to my email? What's a zip? Oh, I sent you different emails, Coco. I think I sent one to another one, too. I don't know. I tried different emails. Looks like a walkie-talkie. Yeah, that's what they say. What's a zip, though? Well, it's not a zipper. Look at right here. Right here, Zozo. Look, this thing. See that? It's big. It's not a zipper, you know. A zipper would be something like this right here, this thing. See that? That's probably like what a zipper would look like. This is a sort of a bigger object inside the pocket. See that? See that? It's like you can see it even moving in the pocket. See how it's coming out a little bit more? So it's in there. And then You know. And I think it's even what you see in this shot right there. I think that's what that is. See how now it's up higher, and then watch the arm as it goes up over it, and then it sort of, there it is again, still in the pocket. And then it gets shiny right there. See? That's weird. Wait, so what pocket is it? So it is that one right there. Now it looks like there's whatever this is. Maybe that's a zipper, but the other part doesn't look like one. Shit, I don't know. What do you mean it just looks like an open pocket? How does an open pocket shine? Come on, Zozo, look at it again. Come on. How do you not see that? You always see these other things that aren't there, and then now this is here. You know, look it. Watch. I'm going back again. I mean, I don't know if you have a really small... Look at right here, look. Right there. This thing. See that? And see, watch right here. See how there's a top to it and it's shiny. See? It's right there. It's coming out of the pocket there. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think it's a walkie-talkie. I think it's just, you know... Like, it just makes the story better. Oh my God, he was on a walkie-talkie to somebody. And then they came and picked up and moved the car. And I wonder if they have a way to track that kind of stuff. Yeah, maybe it's a vape pipe. How does that work? Let's see. You know, maybe he's a classic. He's smoking a cigarette under a tree. But I mean, just look at the shape of this, though. So, see that? Does that look like a zipper? This thing? Right here. Look what I'm outlining. This right here, look. And see how it moves? It even comes more out of the pocket. Here, watch. See, look, it's moving a little bit. I don't know. What makes it shiny, I guess, is the question. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, he was writing a book. There you go, Paulette. You're onto something. I don't know. It's just, it could be anything. Sure, it could be a walkie-talkie. That's what we were talking about a minute ago. Who knows? Let's see what a vape pen looks like. I thought that's what you were talking about when you said zip. You know, like it was a brand of vape or something. Hey, look at that one right there. Half walkie-talkie, half vape. Hey, there you go. Paulette, what do you think of that one? Hey, you still out there, Coco Love? I think I sent another email to a different place. A different email. Let's see. I don't know. Couldn't it be like something like that? You know? Upside down, maybe? I mean, that looks like, if you flip that upside down, that looks exactly like this. Doesn't it? See that? Flip a vape, or any one of these, really. Like that one, or... You know, that's why the whole thing is just like it's a useless exercise. You know why? Because, hold on. Okay. All right. Well, thanks for the email there. And have a potential DNA there. I just think it's, well, I mean, he could just have it in his pocket, you know, if it was a vape pen. I don't know what that is. But here's the thing, it's a useless exercise. You know why? Because we can't see what it is. And it could be anything. It could be a walkie-talkie. It could be a vape. It could be a little thin flashlight he's got in there. It could be a this or that or anything, and it's like it doesn't really. There's no way of knowing, right? Do you think there's any way for us to look at that and be certain what that is? How did your phone go into Do Not Disturb? Can't you turn it off? I put mine intentionally into Do Not Disturb, but I have it set up where my phone goes into Do Not Disturb for a certain amount of hours at night. Yeah, that's the thing. It doesn't matter what it is. It doesn't matter what it is, and it also what it does is the reason. See, here's the thing. What we were talking about tonight. The reason that something like this takes off when somebody brings it up is because it creates something that it allows people to think they're figuring something out about the case. But let me just ask you this, like, I guess here's the thing. If you could prove it was a walkie-talkie, there might be some value there, because then you would think, okay, he must be communicating with another person. And maybe that would indicate that there were more than one, right? If you knew for certain that was a walkie-talkie. But because we don't know for certain, then speculating on that's when you're going down the ancient aliens technique, where you say, is it possible that is a walkie-talkie? And if that's true, is it also not possible that he was communicating with another person? And if that's true, could the other person be the one that had the car and drove it there? And if that's true, that he drove the car there, then it is also not true. And then we've developed this huge 400, iteration, whatever the hell you want to call that, from something that wasn't even proven to begin with. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, it could be a call signal jammer. Yeah, that's right, you guys. Could be a call signal jammer. Could also be alien technology brought by a spaceship from Zeta Minor. You know what I'm saying? Here, let me put it in there. I just typed it in a minute ago off the air. I said signal jammer. Phone signal jammer. Man, let's see what it looks like. Yeah, that's what I was just showing you guys. See, there isn't one that I see that looks just like what you're talking about. These things here are a lot skinnier than what you're pointing out. I think it's got to be a walkie-talkie at this point. What do you guys think about that? I'm going to go all the way over to here. Let's see if we can get a glimpse of it when he's turning. Well, I don't see it anymore. Watch, it'll come back. It was a zipper. Oh, God. Yeah, creepy. Okay, what are those? Airy Parlin? I've covered many other cases during the Nancy Guthrie case, and every time I do that, I get like 150 people watching. Put a 1 if you've seen that. It's crazy. So it's like, yeah, if I want my channel to collapse into oblivion, I'll start covering random cases that nobody's interested in. I've learned the lesson. I've done experiments. We've tried. We've done many times where we put different, it is what it is, man. I don't know what to tell you. I'd love to be able to just cover whatever you want me to cover and have people show up and support the channel, but currently we're struggling even when we have a decent crowd. And when you get down to 150 people, whew, man, it's brutal. Yeah, sorry to hear that. Yeah, she's funny. Let's see. Yeah. What's the bingo for Mordecai? Mordecai? Get it? As in Mordecai? But let's just do one. I'm going to just random. Here, let me show you a place that I look at sometimes. All right. So there's this Faces of Death. Well, that's the movie. Sorry. Faces of Homicide. Unsolved Homicides that I go to. Remember that Faces of Death thing that used to come out? Man, that was brutal shit back in the day. Faces of Unsolved Homicide Project Cold Case. So watch. You can go like this. There's a... No, that's that one. Hold on, let me open up the... Oops. Is that it? Oh, there. No. That's not it either. Where the heck did it go? Oh, here it is. So Project Cold Case Database, right here. This is interesting over here. Yeah, remember that? That was crazy. All right, you got look at. So let's right here. You put the more options, and we don't know the victims' names, and we're not looking up specific cases. But let's say most of the time, if you're looking for like a serial predator type, it's going to be, you could type in a female, or, well, I guess you could do a male and pick something like a younger person. So, like something like, I guess if you picked like a white male that's like the age of like 10, right? Like that. And then put over here cause of death, strangulation, like that, and then you hit search. And there's one. I've actually covered this one before. Brad Matchett right there. And that was in Wisconsin. So then you can go right here and just change that to 8. And there's nobody. How about we go to 4? Check that one out. No, they don't let you do the ranges, I don't think. Let me see. 4 to 8. Is that? No. All right. So 5. Search. 6. 7. 8. We already did that one, but 9. And then we already did the 10, so 11. No, 12. Yeah, so there's nothing. Let me see what this is. I mean, they have all these different causes over here. Like, you could literally pick, you know, like knife and stabbing. 12. Let's see. Nothing. 13. See, the weird part is if you just shifted this to female and hit that button, I think, and you went to ligature, there's so many more because they're always victims. See, here's one, Kathy Glotty. And then you go to 12. See, there's one right there. Probably 11. 10. See, this is how you can just randomly find cases. I think we covered Tammy Welsh at one point. Looks like that one was solved. Are you guys even here? Wow. There's only been 2 comments in the last 10 minutes. Guess what that means, everybody? It's time to go. Then there's also this one, Project Cold Case, and this has everybody's face on it, which is crazy. So you go all the way down here, and you could just throw a dart at the board and pick a new one, you know? So let's see, you go down like this. And who's this one right here? William Edward Huff, unsolved homicide victim. Let's just see what happened to that. That looks like a weird picture, so I gotta look at it. Yeah, here we go. William Huff, and then 1972 to, and this is in Walter Borough. Well, I don't want to put that there, just South Carolina. Like that. How about Bill? Is that going to work? Oh, there's a problem. What's going on with that? Does this water work? Oh, shit. My profile. Yeah, should be all good. Okay, it's working now. So let's try that again. William Huff. And what you do on newspapers.com is you surround the names with quote marks, and that means it has to be in an article in that order. You see? So I used to not do that, and then you get one that's William Johnson walked down the street one day, and then 3 articles over. Jim Huff went to play football, and then it's like, okay. So, but if you put William Huff together, 1972, and then South Carolina, this should come up with something. And it looks like it was right there. I think. Wow, is there another? What's his middle name? William Edward Huff. Jeez, do I need to put that in there? Yeah. How about just E, or Edward even? Because believe it or not, there was another Edward Huff. What are the odds of that? William Charlie Huff, William, all 1972 in South Carolina. I mean, could you think of a more uncommon name that, I mean, Huff isn't really that common, but you got William D. Huff, William Charlie Huff, William D. Huff, William Benson Huff. It doesn't even show up in here. These are like wedding things. So I don't know about that one. I don't know. I don't know, but I always look at the ones that look like old pictures, you know, just try to, you know, you can just go through all of them. Hey, look at this, Charlie Kirk. What's he doing in there? Just kidding. Didn't really look like him. I don't know. I like the ones that are older, you know, from like 1970 or so, or 1970 to 1990. I don't know if I ever did that one. Yeah, you know, the shitty thing that I've brought up before, like when you try to do like one of the black people that's in here, like maybe, I don't know what she is, but you know, they just don't cover it. You know, there's no newspaper articles to look up. You know, we could try this one though. Let's see. Every once in a while, and it sucks. You know, that's what the disparity is that we've talked about. All right, 2007. And then in California, see this, and then this is California, which almost never has anything in here. Oops. Ah, looks like they're in there. So that person right there. Yeah, it sucks, really. I mean, we've had cases where, you know, like this 16-year-old black girl going to school, gets you know, like taken out the road, and they find her body, and there's like 2 days worth of coverage, and then later, forget it. But if that was a blonde little, you know, like a white girl walking to school, that would have been absolutely just covered for days and days, you know, 3 articles per paper. And that's just the way it is, and was at least. I mean, it just sucks. And I didn't really believe that was like that until we started covering cases, and then it was really rare that we found one that had enough story articles to even make a video on or something. You know, so. Well, here's her story, looks like. Although that girl, that's not the person, I don't think. That's something else. I think it's right over here. So it says, Nicole Harvey, 21, had been shot before she was set on fire on a street in Playa del Rey. Wow, it's kind of a little bit like, well, there was another case that we had a long time ago that was similar, but it's also similar to Mercedes Vega, right? She was set on fire on a street. A woman whose burning body was found last week in Playa del Rey was identified Monday as Nicole Harvey, 21, of Los Angeles. The motive of the crime remains a mystery, authorities said. An autopsy was conducted Monday to determine the cause of death, but results are not expected until later this week. The woman, who had been shot before she was set on fire, let's see, the woman had been shot before she was set on fire. That was it. No other details were available about what happened to Harvey or where she lived. Firefighters found the body in the 8100 block of Tuscany Avenue after a passing motorist reported what appeared to be a rubbish fire. Harvey's partially burned body was straddling the sidewalk and street. She was pronounced dead at the scene. Anyone with information is to call these numbers. Okay, so this is January 30th, 2007. So let's see what happens. January 30th. This is November, later in the year, the 23rd. So it must have been a development, but notice how January 30th, and then the next story, the only one available, is November 23rd. That means for 10 or 11 months, they didn't do a damn thing. See? It's crazy. But now we see the same picture. See that one and that one? Yeah, see, what a nightmare. Wasn't even discussed. Now, the next article, 10 months later. Yeah, they're just basically, this article is just about, hey, there's witnesses out there, come forward, there's money available. It doesn't look like it goes over the circumstances. Well, maybe it goes from B1. Hold on. What page is this one? This is B10, so probably 37, maybe. No, it's over here. Nicole Harvey died alone in a gutter. The 21-year-old college student was shot and her body, consumed by flames, was found in Playa del Rey in January. The Los Angeles City Council and County Board of Supervisors moved quickly to offer a reward for information from the public that would break open the case and lead to a conviction. But as in scores of other reward cases, the $55,000 has gone unclaimed. That's a lot of money. Offering awards is older than the Wild West. Yeah, let me type it in over here. Who killed Nicole Harvey? It's got to be on. Man, see, look at this long lull that we've had in here, you guys. I'm still in here doing a show, but it's like it just goes. You know what I mean? Let's see what's over here. Who killed 21-year-old Nicole Hart? This is on Facebook. Let me see what happens. Burned and left roadside. This is 2025. Who killed 21-year-old? Let's see. Always got to. All right. The murder of Nicole Harvey, Los Angeles, California, January 26, 2007. Nicole Harvey was just 21 years old, a college student with dreams ahead of her the morning she called out of work. Hours later, her life was stolen. Nicole was last seen waiting for a bus at 45th Street and Western Avenue. You know what? Hold on. Maybe I want to see where this was. So hold on a second. May take a second. Yeah, that's what Martin Luther King says. Come on. Jesus. "45th Street and Western Avenue." 45th and Western Avenue, Los Angeles. So right there, which is last seen here. And then, what's the next part? The morning she called out of work hours later, a college student with dreams ahead of her. That morning, she called out of work. What do you mean she called out of work? Oh, so like she was at work and then somebody told her to get out of there? Hours later, her life was stolen. Nicole was last seen waiting for a bus at 45th Street and Western Avenue. By 2:15 p.m., her body was found on the roadside in the 8100 block. Man, that's a creepy... It's got to be somebody she knew if she was called out of work, right? How the hell is this one that's cold? I mean, also, wouldn't they be able to track the number that called? '81 block of Tuscany Avenue in Playa del... Let me do that again. There it was. So is that it? Let's see what this... That's right there. So where's the 8200? Oh, so that means she was found around here somewhere. God, I mean, just like this really nice place. Just crazy. Wow. It's right in the middle of the day also. That doesn't even make any sense. She had suffered burns. She may have been shot. And whoever did it left her there, discarded on the roadside, as if life meant nothing. But Nicole mattered. She was a daughter, a friend, a young woman whose future was violently taken from her. If you have any information, call 1-800-222-8477. Let me go back to... That was January 26, 2007. All right. A body found burning. Then go all the way over here. Go anytime, or let's see. Advanced, or anytime. Custom range. (2007) January 20, what was it, 20, I think it was 26, right? Ah, shit. Man, it was right in the middle. Oops. The heck? Why does that just keep disappearing on me? That's ridiculous. Come on. It just took off again. Man, I'm about ready to break something. Copy. Paste. Okay. It's in there. Oh boy, man, this is gonna just... I got it copied though, so that's good. Control A, and then how about Control V? Hey! And then put a 26. And they said, right? January 26, 2007. And then what was that? Playa del Rey. Okay, let me add another, go to like the 31st. So how about woman? Okay, now I'll just try her name. See, I mean, isn't that just ridiculous? Like, she doesn't even show up anywhere. God, that's stupid. Makes me angry. Okay, well, it's in there on April 10th, 2000. Let's read this. Let's do this one really fast. If you drive in South Los Angeles, God, please don't make this. You spotted the sprinkling of billboards depicting a young woman smiling brightly in her high school graduation picture. The photo is a 21-year-old Los Angeles resident, Nicole Harvey, who became a victim of a homicide last January. Her killer or killers have yet to be found. Harvey, who was an employee and student at Los Angeles Southwest Community College, was waiting for a bus on January 26, 2007, around 8 a.m. at the corner of 45th Street and Western Avenue. But around 2:15 p.m., Harvey's smoldering... I thought she was called to work. Oh, so that's just... So maybe she was abducted. 8 a.m. at the corner of 45th Street and Western Avenue. But around 2:15 p.m., Harvey's smoldering body was discovered in the 8100 block of Tuscany Avenue in Playa del Rey. Harvey had been shot multiple times before her body was set on fire. On the day she disappeared, Harvey called her bosses at the Child Development Center where she worked and told them she had a family emergency. Okay, see, that's... It's got to be... It has to be related to that. I mean, it doesn't have to be, but it's like... I mean, she could have said, okay, I got to do something else, and then just randomly, that's when somebody did something. She had a family emergency and would not be coming home. Detectives said they are unsure of Harvey's whereabouts between 8 a.m. and 2 p.m., but they believe that Harvey met the suspect or suspects between that time and that she met... And maybe she didn't have a family emergency. And maybe she was, I guess they'd have to look into that. Detective Orlando Martinez of the Los Angeles Police Department's Robbery Homicide Division, who has been assigned to the case, said that Harvey's body was found on the curb of a quiet residential street. A construction worker found the burning pile of rubbish and thought it was trash. Let's look at something. Maybe we can see back in 2007 some house that was being construction. Oh, so we do have April 2007. And it's like right around, that's 8200. It's right in this area. Let's see if there's one just slightly clearer. Well, if you go back to the next one is March of the year before. Yeah. I don't know. I don't really... Maybe over here, I guess. Well, that's right at 8100. What happened? Is there a house there now? No, it looks like somebody just hasn't built there. I don't know. Weird. Look how good that 3D is on that. That's crazy. All right, hold on. Harvey's whereabouts between... Harvey was found on the curb of a quiet residential street. A construction worker found the burning pile of rubbish, and he thought it was trash. When he tried to put the flames out with fire extinguisher, he realized that it was a human body. Wow. Someone had lit Nicole on fire, and a coroner was notified to take her body away. I wonder if that was to get rid of DNA, said Martinez. Martinez said that although a year has passed since Nicole's murder, detectives are still searching for the person or persons responsible for her death. No leads have been uncovered in the case. I've been talking to Nicole's friends and family and anyone who may have known Nicole, said Martinez, but when you get to the point where you're stuck, you find yourself talking to the same people over and over again. In February, the County Board of Supervisors offered a reward of $50,000 for information leading to Harvey's killer. She loved her job, her family, and her church. Harvey's mother, Carmel Miller, told reporters at a City Hall news conference after the reward was announced. My daughter was shy, but she was very musically inclined, Miller recalls. During the last few months of her life, she had gotten closer to the church. She and my other daughter, Michelle, used to perform at church concerts. Miller, a school teacher, said she and her two daughters were scheduled to sing that Sunday at a celebration for a friend in Rancho Cucamonga. After she had taken Nicole to dinner Thursday night, Miller said she dropped her daughter at a local laundromat. Nicole called after she had washed her clothes. Miller said she picked her daughter up and drove her back to a friend's house where she was temporarily staying. I assume that Friday morning Nicole had taken the bus to school. Jesus, what the heck was that? Like she usually did. Ew, I don't know what that is. I think it's my phone on the ground. Then I got a cramp trying to pick up the damn phone. Shit. I assume that Friday morning Nicole had taken the bus to school like she usually did. Miller recalls turning on the television in her classroom that Friday afternoon and listening to a disturbing news report. The report said that a young woman's burned body had been found. Let's see. The news cameras showed a white sheet over the body. A strange feeling came over me, said Miller. I kept thinking, what a terrible incident. That family is going to be very distraught when they find out what happened to their daughter. Not for a minute did I think that the child underneath that sheet was my child. Worried that she was unable to reach her daughter, Miller said she repeatedly called Nicole's cell phone on Friday afternoon. Then I tried to reach her several times on Friday night because I wanted all of us to get together to rehearse the song on Saturday. See, wouldn't it be nice to get a couple super chats during all of this? See, this is what I'm talking about. Whenever you cover something that isn't related, it just dies down like it's nothing. But we're trying to keep everything going on this channel. We had such a bad night yesterday. It'd be great to try to have a better one tonight. Oh, man. Got it itchy. But this is what happens, I guess. Yeah, I know. Jesus. When the detectives arrived at her home, Miller said that she was stunned at the news they announced. They told me Nicole was deceased. I was so shocked I couldn't really react. I said, you must have the wrong person. Police report that although Nicole's body had been burned, one of the hands was still untouched by the flames, and they were able to make a positive identification. How'd they do that? Like, did she have a record of some sort? Hydration fund. All right. There we go. There's something. Thank you. You know, something that would make this thing make sense is that, like, if she was, a college student, similar to like Mercedes Vega, maybe she was doing something, I mean, she wasn't an escort or anything in that case, but what if she was, this girl here was maybe, I mean, she's pretty, right? And maybe, I don't know, was she doing something she shouldn't be doing and just sort of made up a story that she had to miss work for a family thing? Or I don't know. It's just, it seems like what, how would they not know who this person is that she was supposed to meet up with? Or maybe they have met that person. No, let's see what the theory is here. I mean, why does she have fingerprints in the system? You know what I mean? How'd that happen? Police reported that when Harvey was found, she was nude from the waist down. See, there you go. And this person probably burned her to destroy the DNA. She had been shot, and then whoever shot her set her on fire. They tried to cover up the crime. Since the murder, Miller said that she had been trying to piece together what happened to her daughter. Nicole was a very trusting kind of individual. I feel that she must have been standing at the bus stop and someone came along that she knew. She was not the type to get into a car with a total stranger. Police theorized that Harvey was murdered at another location. That seems obvious. And then driven to Playa del Rey. That seems obvious. The detectives feel that whoever committed the crime lives in South Central because there was no blood at the scene. In order to catch the killer, Miller said that several billboard companies have donated space featuring Nicole's picture and a phone number of the detectives working on the case. Nearly 50 billboards are being displayed. A lot of billboard companies have been helping us try to bring the killer or killers to justice. This is an interesting one, isn't it? I mean, it is. I mean, it just kind of isn't. I mean, let me go to the news. Let me do another search in here. Body of a man found in burning motorhome, Playa del Rey, same place. Below the culvert. Hey, thanks, Chris O'Connell. Hey, and look at that, Nikki B gifted a membership. What's going on in there? Is Clancy just messing around? God, I guess you don't want to move to Playa del Rey. Body of lifeless man found burning in motorhome. That was, yeah. Okay, let's see. This is the one. Clues sought after smoldering body found in Playa del. This is January 27th. Where are the? There's got to be. Let me hit the images button. I'm trying to find. Crap. Let's do the search again over here. It's probably not that common. So if we do 2007 and 2007 and 2000. And then if I go to images. Yeah, so that's one found under the bridge. Discovered under. Burned body found in bathtub. And also that's, wow. So what the hell is this case? This is March. That's March of 2000. That's 2019, but it's a burning body in a bathtub in Playa del Sol, or Playa del, whatever the hell it was. Del Rey. What's this one? Yeah, it doesn't look like you want to move to that place. It's not, Yeah, I found the one article a second ago. Now I don't know where it went. Yeah. I'm trying to find the crime scene picture that they put in the on Google so we can find the precise spot. And that's her. And yeah, see, that's her picture that we just found a minute ago. Whoa, man, that's crazy. I don't know. I don't know if they're like. See, that's what I'm saying. Doesn't it suck? Why wouldn't this story right here should be way bigger than that? That's crazy. Don't you agree? Well, that's one. Should we do another one? Oh, let's see. Bases. Yeah. Load it up here. All right, you guys. Let's keep the support going, though. Let's see. It's just it's like it's an experiment. What case are you talking about, Zozo? Oh, Marty's Bar and Grill. I don't know. I don't even see him commenting in here. Is he still awake? He's usually up late. Sometimes I text him. That need attention but never receive it. Yeah. All right, ding, 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 pop. How about right there, whoever this is? Dale Johnson, unsolved homicide victim. That one might be tough. Let's see. Newspapers.com. Just because it's in Washington here. Dale Johnson. And his name isn't really incredibly unique, but and then let's see if I can do Everett, Washington, 1978. Will it show up with something? Hey, my God. Looks like one showed up right there. Let's see what this one is. Victim rifle believed used in 911 murder. 911? Let's see. A Boeing machinist who was shot to death Saturday night told a police dispatcher that he thought someone was still in his house, a Snohomish County Sheriff detective said today. Seconds later, Dale Johnson, 23, was shot once in the upper chest, apparently. Oh man, this is a 911 call intruder. That's just creepy. apparently by the intruder he telephoned police about. So he's saying, hey, there's someone still in my house. And then police speculate that Johnson returned to his home about 10:10 p.m. Saturday and heard a noise in the house. He was seeking help when he was gunned down, apparently with his own hunting rifle. So there's probably somebody sneaking around inside of his house. I don't know. I don't think I've gone over that before. Maybe. Let me type her name in. I don't remember. If I did, it was a long time ago. The story doesn't sound that familiar, though. Yeah, no, that's the only folder I've got right here. Oh, by the way, before I leave, let me put, her body was found sort of around here. I'll save that. Maybe we'll look at that again. If you guys find any extra articles on that, that'd be cool. Yeah, his face kind of looked familiar too when I loaded it up. Doesn't sound familiar though, again, this story, but I think he is in there. 1978. Let's see. I covered it. I don't think it was even that long ago, right? I mean, a year and a half. I thought his face looked familiar, but I thought, I probably didn't do that one. I guess he lived right here when there was a home there. I just want to see what it said. All he told dispatcher was that he thought someone was in the house. And then it probably just went cold as hell right after that. All right, we won't count that one. Ding, 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 ding. Who's this one? Heidi. There's no way I did that one. That name looks too... let's try that one. Let me see if I've got it. I don't think so. Heidi. C. I did do that one. God. What haven't I done, for God's sakes? I did that one, it looks like about 2 or 3 years ago. That's crazy. Did I even... Yep. I had it at home and everything. That's wild. I can just tell how old it is, how high this marker is over there. See, it just shows you I've covered thousands and thousands. I've covered way over, I'd say at least 2,000 different cases over the years. Or at least, tried to talk about it. Let's see if I didn't done this one. Imelda. There's only going to be one. If I have more than one Imelda in here. Did I do that one? God, it looks like it. April 4th, 1986. April 4th. Yeah, I already did that one. Imelda Thompson. You got to be kidding me. I've done that one too. 72 months of pure hell, Zozo. Huh? Not too bad, huh? I think I've done that one. Wow, this guy looks upset. Should we try that one? Ralph Miller. Nah, because it's Florida. Florida, they don't have any articles most of the time. Isn't that sad, though? Every single face on here is somebody who's dead. I think a couple are missing, but it's just, look at that. Just all these people. I've done that one. I think Barbara, Annette McCure. Hey, look at that. It's Chris O'Connell. Wild Bill Wassman. Is this the $1 holler? How about this one? Margaret Zorn. For some reason, I bet I did it. Okay. Let me just type in Zorn. No? Where is it? Alright, let's look at that one. Thanks, Coco Love. Margaret Zorn. You know, this is one I don't even think I have to put in a like a year. I mean, how many Margaret Zorns are there going to be? Come on. I guess 0. Let's see. That was, so it was in New York. Zine. It says Zine Zorn. Let's see. 1976. New York. Wait, I see it right there. She was found shot to death in her car Monday near Farmingdale Bank. Ms. Zorn, 66, lived here at 159 West Bayberry Road. She apparently was murdered during the robbery of $16,000 in cash. Man, that's 70s. That's like about $100,000 now. I mean, that's a lot of money. Ms. Zorn and her husband Joseph founded the poultry supermarket, which has become a Nassau County landmark. So somebody knew that she was depositing. Of the family business and the active member of the civic groups and hospital guild for both, was found shot to death in her car on a street behind the bank where she'd gone to make a deposit. Oh boy. Man, that should be one that they should be able to solve. They knew that she was going in there to deposit that. Police had 50 detectives working on the case yesterday, but reported no leads, despite interviews with more than 300 people. Ms. Zorn had been taking $6,000 in cash, $10,000 in checks to a banker's trust company branch where she normally deposited the firm's money. The money apparently was taken by the killer, who shot Ms. Zorn once in the lower back. The .38 caliber bullet severed her aorta, police said, and exited on the right side. The slug was found in her undergarments Monday night. Not long after the murder was discovered, the 35 or more workers, part-time and full-time, were told about it. And Joseph Zorn, 69, who is awaiting surgery in Southside Hospital, Bayshore, was told yesterday, 2 days before Thanksgiving, those who could work, which is to say everyone, but the hospitalized worked and worked frantically. Wednesday will be even worse, said one. At Zorn's, the employees loved her. Somebody had to have known that she was depositing that. Don't you agree? I mean, what else is there? Now let's try 1977 to 2000. No thanks. We just do it our own way, Misfit. We don't sit there and just listen. Oh, do this one, do this one. We're just doing it the way we're doing it. Let's see. Is that another Margaret? You got to be kidding me. Another Margaret Zorn died. Also living in. I don't know where that is, but that's pretty weird. So it looks like they kind of just dropped the. That's New Jersey, Georgia. Maybe this one. No. That's not it. All right. Well, there you go. This lady right here killed depositing. And it looks like that one's cold, but I don't know why. Yeah. Yeah, if you want to send an email, I'll, do it. But we're just right in the middle of doing something our own way. Have I done that one? Bridget Phillips. Let's see. Yes. I did that one probably 2 years ago. See that right there? That's crazy. Isn't that wild? Some I remember really well and some I don't. How about Patricia Shea? Have I done that one? Shea, I mean. Patricia. I don't see that one. That's in New York. Let's see. I don't know. I don't see it. Gotta be. Doesn't look like it's in there. Oh well, that one's not there. Well, I'm kind of tired myself. 3 hours and 48 minutes. Yeah, you don't have to say you're sorry, Misfit Bumble. That's just the way I talk. Right in the middle of, like, we're just covering something and we're just looking at trying to find random people that will never get covered. Usually when people say, hey, cover this one, that means they've been covered a million times by other people. In fact, that name even sounds familiar. I wouldn't be surprised if we go in here and I type in, or maybe it's just, yeah, I've already covered Fame Cooper right here. See that? Isn't that ridiculous? I mean, I've already covered that one. Fame Cooper. Body found, 1104 Gladden Street. That's where he lived. Isn't that crazy? Sorry about that. Well, there you go, Misfit Bumble. You can type it in. It's probably out there somewhere. Let me see. If I go to YouTube and go to my channel, YouTube Studio, and then if I go to my channel, Content. Live. Yeah, I did that on February 11th, 2023. All right. So, hold on. I'm going to give you the link. All right, there it is. Okay, here's the link right there. If you're still in there. Did that work? Yeah, that was it. So there you go. Misfit Bumble. You got it right there. You can check that link out. So that was 2.5 years ago. Yeah, I've done that one. Oh, there you go. I just sent you the link. You can check it out. I mean, I just went through the newspaper articles, so I don't know if I got every single thing that you might thought I should have got, or... I looked at this one time because I just thought that guy, he just looked so goofy and funny, you know. Dalton Smith. I think I did that more recently, didn't I? Dalton Smith. Yeah. So that was like not too long ago. I think this like January maybe. Dalton Smith. How about Evelyn Fleck? That one, she doesn't. Her name doesn't sound familiar. All right, I don't see it in there. Okay, I'll try this last one. If it doesn't. If we can't find anything, I'm gonna not do it. All right. Let's see. Evelyn Fleck. I feel like that would only show up once, right? And this is in 1994. That looks right. January 20. Let's see. January 1994. This should be good. And then we can go right here. So the first article is the 22nd. That pops up. A South Shore woman, 37, found dead in her yard. A South Shore woman was found dead beneath a refrigerator in her backyard yesterday, marking the second violent death in the South Shore area in a week. A neighbor found the nude body of Evelyn L. Fleck, 37, so probably sexually assaulted, late yesterday morning at her Main Street house. So Main Street in South Shore, Kentucky. Yeah. Are you guys still here? Anybody interested? Wait, why do I already have stuff here? What is this? Wow, is this... Did I do this one already? I mean, I've already got like... Hold on. Oh, wait, these are just... They put pins there. Jeez, how dumb. They were already pinned... Like, made them yellow pins for some reason. That never happens. So that's Main Street. All right. So here's Main Street. Maybe we'll get more info later. Found the nude body of Evelyn L. Fleck, 37, late yesterday morning at her Main Street house. All right, hold on. I'm going to look this up really quick. Evelyn Fleck. Advanced search. Evelyn Fleck. South Shore, Kentucky. And Evelyn L. I think that's her then. That's got to be her. So hold on, we might have the exact address here in a second. But of course not. Yeah. Well, maybe. No, she had a P.O. box. Just when she lived there, but not the place before. Ah, man, that sucks. What are the odds of that? Fleck also had a lawn chair on top of her. Greenup County Coroner Robert Green said he had not yet determined a cause of death. The day before the woman's body was found, Michelle Craddock, 20, of South Shore, died in an Ashland hospital after a week of battling her injuries. Craddock's boyfriend, Robert Robinson, 25, was charged with murder. When Robinson first brought... Who cares? That's not even the case we're talking about. Let me go back out here. (22nd), all right, another 22nd, 23rd. Woman found dead in backyard. Fleck also had a lawn chair on top of her. Discovery of Fleck's body marked the second violent death in South Shore area in a week. They keep trying to combine hers with somebody else. Like, yeah, but there's these other ones. All right, 23rd, 24th, 25th. Okay, so maybe this has got more. A South Shore woman found dead beneath a refrigerator last week was strangled. Kentucky State Police said yesterday. So this is like, see, in this case, it could be a serial killer. That's what they do, you know, so they just might not have ever been able to tie it with anybody. Evelyn Fleck's nude body was found in her backyard Friday morning by a neighbor who saw the 37-year-old, her foot protruding from beneath an old refrigerator. She also had a lawn chair on top of her, police said. Fleck had a teenage daughter who lives with her first husband in Ohio, neighbors said. Fleck separated from her second husband, Jerry Fleck, about 5 days before the slaying. See, that's one of those things where you just assume that maybe he's related. Jerry Fleck told detectives he was at the house Thursday afternoon, but later left for work, State Police spokesman Gary Kistner said. Police think the attack occurred between Thursday evening and Friday morning. God, he was there on Thursday, though. Judy Vanderpool, a friend of Evelyn Fleck, said Fleck was a compassionate woman who had to overcome speech and hearing impediments. She said Fleck stayed by her hospital bedside for 5 days and nights after a serious auto accident this summer. Neighbor Betty Bradley said last week that she often chatted with Fleck. She always seemed to be a very nice, happy girl, and I know she was a good person, Bradley said. She didn't deserve what she got. Like, who does, though, right? Fleck's death is the second suspected homicide. Back to that again, huh? All right, let's see. Are these all the same, or let's see where if it keeps going. The 25th, 26th, 20, there is one on the 26th. Might be just the same, I guess, but neighbor who was walking his dog, and the neighbor investigated as he saw Fleck's back door was open. He found the body underneath the refrigerator. That doesn't sound like that was the separated husband. Kushner said her husband, Jerry Fleck, told investigators he last spoke with his wife Thursday afternoon before leaving for work. The couple had separated about 5 days before. You know, it's like, it'd be interesting to know why they separated. You know. 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, nothing. And look at that. There's not any more of that whole year. And because of that, I'm going to guess that there's nothing, you know, 1995 to 2000, going to be nothing, 2001 to 2025, and nothing. So maybe in here we could type in who killed Evelyn Fleck. And then let's see what this says. As of March 2026, no one has been arrested or charged with the murder of Evelyn Fleck, making it an unsolved 30-year-old case. Evelyn Fleck was found strangled to death in her backyard of her home on Main Street in South Shore, Kentucky. Her body was partially hidden under a refrigerator and covered by snow, with forensic evidence suggesting she was killed on the evening or night of January 20th. So that would be Thursday evening, right? Oh, and here's it's just a little story in here. Neighbors of Evelyn Fleck discovered her nude remains beneath a deep January snow 30 years ago. They didn't mention the snow in those articles. Fleck's body was found in her own backyard on January 21st, 1994, and was partially concealed by an old refrigerator and a blizzard-like snowfall. Hey, thanks, Nikki. Fleck was strangled either on the evening or during the night of January 20th, 1994, while in bed. Her body presented multiple bruises on her shoulder and thighs and scrapes on her feet. No arrests have been made in connection to her murder. Fleck and her husband were separated but weren't officially divorced. And interviews, I know, see, that's why it's like they're not divorced or anything. And interviews with close friends revealed the relationship was turbulent at best, but some even alleging abuse. Well, there you go. Evelyn's husband told investigators he wasn't at the Main Street home on the night before her body was found, saying he worked on a vehicle late into the night and then retired home to his mother's house. Well, that's kind of weird. I mean, why'd you go to your mother's house on that night when you were there earlier? I mean, I know you separated, but Fleck's last evening alive acquainted her with, Fleck's last evening alive acquainted her with 3 suspects, 2 men who gave her a ride to her home. Oh, there it is, 276 Main Street. There we go. And her estranged husband with a shaky alibi. As part of a follow-up, records indicate investigators attempted to contact Fleck's husband in 2017, and it was noted he had remarried, had children, and moved to the Philippines. Wow. Anyone with information can contact the Ashland, Kentucky Police Department at 606-385-3273. Yeah, that guy's not looking too good now. I gotta be honest, the ex-husband, or the one that she was separated from. And there's the home right there. Let's see what that looked like. Yeah, just a really basic. You go to the backyard, and didn't they mention a shed or something? God, I bet it was like right back here, in the snow. Maybe just right there. Crazy. All right. Anyways, you guys, that's going to do it for me tonight. This one sounds like they probably... You know what it reminds me of is the one that we did out of Ohio. What was her name? Remember the guy that I interviewed? It was one of the few cases that had a lot of details. A black woman who was maybe killed by her husband, but I talked to him on the phone, and he was just like, oh, yeah, man, we would do it all the time. He was just crazy. Forgot the name of it, though. Why can't I remember the name of the case? Yeah, so I have him on interview, and the detectives went out and talked to him, and I did actually send my interview to the detectives. This happened back in, 1981. Hey, thanks, Nikki6. Too bad Sherry C isn't around. Man, we talked about other stuff. I think I need to Evelyn. No, starts with a B. There's a B in the last name. Do you remember that? It's like, let's see. Ohio cold case. Mother and son killed. What the hell was the name? Crap. Man, sorry, I think it was a B in it. Do you guys remember that one? Where's that article that we just did? Let me get that again. I'm just going to put that one in there. Who killed... There, right there. I'm just going to put that in that folder. That? According to Google, Fleck and her husband were... That's a different one. What happened to the thing? You look at it, it's like frozen again. What the hell's happening? Working on... Geez, look how it just froze right there. I'll have to wait, see what happens. Yeah. It was like not Bright Again, but it was sort of like that, you know. That's weird, that one story. Oh, there it is, I get it. Just want to put these in here. That looks pretty good. Brandon? Something like that? Wasn't the kid's name Brandon? Zozo would remember. Where's Zozo out there? Man. Let's see. Let me type it. I think it was 1981. Just going to type it in. 1981. Murder of mother and child. Ohio. No. What are the main... Oh, God. Now I got to go find it before I leave. What are some of the bigger cities in Ohio? I don't think it was Columbus. Man. That's it. Beitelman. There you go. Yeah, you look it up. You were able to find it? I was looking for that one. What year was that? It wasn't it 81 or something? 82 maybe? Yeah, Beitelman. I knew it had a B. You know, I was trying to figure it out. What was the kid's name? Wasn't it Brandon or something like that? Yeah, Brandon. That's it. I did remember that. Brandon Beitelman right here. This is where I originally found it. But believe it or not, this one newspaper... not newspapers.com, but another one actually had it. And it was Columbus. Yeah, it was Columbus. Yeah, so it's on the evening of September 13th, 1981. Janice Breidelman and her 18-month-old son left the home. It's really kind of a crazy story, to be honest with you. It's just, I got a hold of the husband, and we talked, and it was like over an hour-long interview that I have on YouTube. I mean, it's crazy. It is crazy, everybody. Absolutely crazy. All right. Let's see. So let's thank Grant, Wild Bill Wassman. We got Grant, Wild Bill Wassman, Mindy Mouse, as in Mickey Mouse, April Star. And then we had Allie Kate get to the membership, then Joanne Allen. And And then Linda Howe, as in Linda Molden Howe of the Cattle Mutilations and Crop Circles. And then Sandy Will gifted a membership. Then Wild Bill Wassman. And then Allie Cake. And Sandy Shirley. And Texas 72 gifted 5 right there. Then we had Joan Allen. Now before we get to there though, then we also have Allie Cake again. Then we had 3 Buy Me a Coffees. Hold on. Oh. And then 3 Buy Me a Coffees from Marty's Bar and Grill, and then a couple buckets in there. And then we also had Kishti, the musical artist, sent me a bucket of coffee. So that was very cool. Thanks, guys. All right, and then we got Allie Cake, gifted one, and Sandy Shirley, then Texas 72, Allie Cake, April Star, then Mindy Mouse, then Kishti, the music dude or person. I don't know if Kishti is a guy. I don't know if that's a guy or girl, but anybody know? Wild Bill Wassman. And then Kishti K, a new member, and then they did a super chat. Then we got Pam. Wild Bill Wassman. Wild Bill Wassman. He was keeping the things going. Happy in Montana. Oh, how could he not be? And then Pam. And then Randizzle Randy gifted a membership. Then Coco Love shows up. And then Coco Love again. And then Jessica Schubach. And then Wild Bill Wassman. Then Wild Bill Wassman again. These are all part of challenges, I think. Then Wild Bill Wassman. Then Nikki 6. Then Wild Bill Wassman again. And then Coco Love gifted 5. And then boom, a cat eye donation. Got us over the the hump to reach a goal tonight. That was good. Then Kami, Wild Bill Wassman. Am I not saying that? Wild Bill Wassman. That's how you say it, right? You said I said it right earlier, but or did I say? Was I supposed to say Wassman? Sarah Shroom, Roger Smith became a new member. Then Sandy Shirley, Wild Bill Wassman. Then I gifted 5. Then Chris O'Connell gifted 5. And then Wild Bill Wassman again for my hydration fund. Then Chris O'Connell and Nikki 6. Then we have Era Parlin. And then we have Zozo laughing her ass off with 72 months of pure hell on her part. And then, what is that anyways? That's 6 years, right? Nikki 6. Then Lisa Valenzuela. And then Zozo jumped in there with Nikki's challenge. Didn't even see that one. Then Wild Bill Wassman. And then Chris O'Connell's been here for 4 months, but you've been around a hell of a lot longer than that. And then Chris O'Connell gifted a membership. Then Coco Love. And then Annie. And Nikki 6. And then Nikki 6 gifted a membership 5 minutes ago. Well, thanks, guys. Hey, those little, the $2 holler or whatever you call them that seemed to sort of help a little bit at the end there. Wasn't too bad, huh? All right. Well, thanks, everybody. Really appreciate you guys. It was kind of frustrating for about 2 hours, but somehow we made it to, some sort of a reasonable second day. Hopefully my video, let's see what we're at on my video in terms of views. I bet it's not really that great. It was already kind of struggling. It sucks, too, because that was a good video. Seems like a lot of my good videos nobody watches. Yeah, I mean, look at it right now, you guys. Look at this. 78 views an hour now. I mean, that's terrible. And see how there's even these blank spots in here? But it got to 5,700 views. I gained 15 subscribers. Now, if this had made it out into where it should have made it, I should have gotten 20,000 views, 70 to 200 subscribers, and a hell of a lot more watch time. But this video might make $20. Okay, I'll let you know tomorrow. Okay, but don't you think the video deserved to do better than it did? It just really collapsed almost immediately, and I could always tell too when it's going to do that. Started off okay, it went up, and it says I'm 62, percent more subscribers are choosing to watch this. It just wasn't pushed out by YouTube. Like if you're one of the dipshit live streamers, they'll just pump it out like it's the best video that's ever been made, and we just don't get that. I'm talking about the people who show up at the scene and ooh, just waiting for somebody to walk by so they can invent an entire story about. Yeah. Anyways, thanks everybody. Appreciate it. We'll see you guys tomorrow. That's right. You guys need to, whenever I do videos, just hype the hell out of it, But this one's already toast, It's gone. You might be able to do something with it, but whenever you start getting 0 views in a minute, it's bad. It's bad news. All right. Well, thanks, everybody. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Who the hell knows what tomorrow will bring? But I want to say thanks, everybody, and thanks again to, Marty there for doing a few of those challenges that really make a big difference. Helps tremendously. I would say anytime that you're going to go, hey, we'll donate 5, just do a challenge, man. Maybe we can double up on some of those, because those are the things that really make it more smooth and easier, I guess. It's tough when, it's just, it's hard to make it. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, some people are watching. I'm just waiting for, I watched pretty much the Iran cover all during the daytime. Right now, I think, is the time where there's active bombing because it's in the evening over there. I think, right? Isn't that right? Like right now is the time where it's early morning. Let's see, what time is it in? What time is it in Tel Aviv? Oh, it's already past that. So that would have been a few hours ago. It's 9 something in the morning. So that means they're likely not doing any bombing. Oh yeah, I had something I wanted to say though about that. So the Kuwaiti, we had 3 of our own jets shot out of the sky by Kuwaitis on a it was like an accidental, like they thought they were Iranian jets. And then all the pilots lived, they ejected. But what nobody seems to be talking about is how the hell did the Kuwaitis shoot something up in the air that knocked anything that we have out of the air? I mean, I thought it's ridiculous that they shoot at 3 of them and boom, they're out of the air. Now, is that because we just weren't expecting anything or just casually flying? It's kind of, it makes me nervous. Like, you just fire something at our jets and they get knocked out of the sky? I mean, it really bothers me that they shot at 3 of them and then knocked them all 3 out of the sky. F-15s, by the way. So, I don't know, maybe they should look at what the hell happened there. I mean, I know it's an accidental shooting, but what if it was an accidental shooting? That means let's say we were flying 3 jets into Kuwait, you blow them all out of the sky just like that. So I don't know if there's something where they take off from the base and they're just not really prepared and they're close to the ground and then boom, they were fired at and they had no chance. And a lot of times you take out some of their missile launching sites first, but my God, 3 for 3? By the Kuwaitis, for God's sakes? I mean, they got to look into that. I haven't heard a damn thing about that angle of it. They just go, oh, it was friendly fire. Yeah. Well, think about it for a minute, man. That's weird. Okay? Those are, yeah, exactly. They're expensive planes. You shoot at 3 of them and they all get knocked out of the sky. Yeah, I don't know. You would think we were a little bit better than that, where, you put the countermeasures into place and boom, we're out of there, What do you guys think of that? How about you? Marty, what do you think of that? I think it's pretty weird. How do they do that? I mean, I've never even seen a war where we had any of our jets. I mean, maybe way back when we fought Iraq, when we get shot out of the sky here and there. But 3 for 3 in Kuwait? I don't know, man. So there must be, maybe there's an angle where they just took off and then they got fired upon and they didn't really know what. I don't know. Well, I'm not really suspicious about it. I'm more, are we that shitty? I mean, if you can knock 3 jets out of the sky just like that, or did we give them too good of equipment? What if we equipped the, Kuwait, that area there, because I think we have a base there, I believe, and I think we saved them from Saddam Hussein. So maybe we've equipped the base, the Kuwaiti base there, with a bunch of really nice anti-aircraft missiles, and we fired them at our own jets. And it showed how good our missiles are, not how bad our planes are. Maybe that's the deal. Well, let's hope it's that, right? What do you think, Wild Bill? That's what I'm hoping for right there. Yeah, there is Randizzle. It's not a fake thing. It's not fake. Would you just... we don't do this over here, okay? It's a real thing. They got shot out of the sky. Let's see. Not all our friends are friends. Right. Yeah, right. Exactly. Who the hell knows, man? But it was something that I hadn't really anybody talk about. They just talk about, oh, well, they all live. So, hey, next story. It's like, no. We should spend a couple more minutes talking about how 3 shots took out 3 jets. That's a pretty big deal. Yeah. Hey, but hey, Wild Bill, keep us up to date when you're going in. We'll do our little positive vibes, prayers, and whatnot in here when you're going in for that surgery. All right. So we can all cheer on Wild Bill Wassman. They may have our good stuff, right. But you would think that the Kuwaitis would also have better identification. Right, just everything, it's just stupid. I guess there was a reason for it. They actually described it earlier. It was, let me see if I can, I actually had a folder for it. Let me see. Yeah, it was right here. And we're still doing a show, for God's sakes. 3 American fighter jets were mistakenly downed by friendly Kuwaiti fire Monday. Well, not so friendly. During an Iranian air assault. So that's maybe what was the confusing part. All 6 crew members safely ejected from the F-15E Strike Eagles and were in stable condition. An attack by Iranian aircraft missiles and drones was underway at the time the planes were shot down. So I remember reading that, but at the same time, man, you just nailed the planes. That's what I'm saying. It's aren't we better than that, Iranian state television claimed that Iran targeted one of the U.S. planes that crashed in Kuwait without elaborating. Explosions could be heard as one of the planes fell from the sky in flames, said witness Ahmed Al-Assar, who rushed to the scene with about a dozen others as an airman parachuted to the ground. Al-Assar initially thought it was an Iranian pilot. God, thank God he didn't start shooting at him. But recognized he was an American before rescuers whisked him away. Kuwait said its air defenses had accidentally shot down the jets as part of its support for the U.S. combat operation in Iran. See, I think that's going to be correct. That we provided them with incredible, just sort of like anti-aircraft equipment, and they fired upon our jets and took them out. Now that's kind of creepy that we were allowing people to have that great of stuff. It seems like we should have our own people there supporting them using the equipment, not them getting it. You know? Yeah, so that's pretty crazy. And what's this other one? 3 American jets were shot down over Kuwait during an apparent friendly fire incident. While they were taking part in the campaign against Iran, the U.S. Military Central Command said, during active combat that included attacks from Iranian aircraft, ballistic missiles, and drones, the U.S. Air Force fighter jets were mistakenly shot down by Kuwaiti air defenses. All 6 crew members ejected safely. The incident took place as Iran... Let me ask this. Why were the 3 U.S. jets shot down so easily by Kuwait? Is it going to answer that? Why did Kuwait shoot down? 3 U.S. were shot down in Kuwait defense March 2nd. In a friendly fire incident, jets were likely misidentified by Patriot missile systems. How does that? Okay, well, there you go. Patriot missiles, for God's sakes. Due to extreme operational chaos, crowded airspace, and the jets operating in a friendly zone, reducing their defensive alertness. That's what I was saying, too, at the beginning. They just weren't ready for it. You know, they were in a friendly zone. They weren't, in a defensive posture, and then they were shot at by Patriot missiles, for God's sakes. Okay, well, there's the answer for you. Yeah, well, there's one right there. Somebody was asking that question. How could Kuwait down 3 F-15s in one night when there have only been 4 lost to enemy fire in aircraft entire previous history? Yeah, exactly. I think we just answered the question, though, All right. Anyways, I think we just answered the question. Patriot missiles, and they weren't really ready. Anyway, hey, thanks, Nikki6. Wow, thanks so much. Appreciate it. But anyways, we'll see you guys tomorrow, all right? And who knows what tomorrow will bring. Thank you for being here, and as I always say, until next time, be safe out there. And thank you guys all for your generosity. And, I appreciate it. Here we go. Hell, maybe I should be covering the war
for quite a while now. And during this whole time, I have not seen one person.
Not even one?
That is a...
Not even one.
Crime dissector. Flag rejector.
I'm a certified human lie detector. I'm gonna get you on a stretcher. Even try to play me like an old projector. Crime sector
is my nectar. That's a great is gonna give another
lecture. Crime collector, freak connector. And I'm always gonna be a pop protector. Fool reflector, interceptor. Yeah, I'm meaner than a spectre with a vector.
And his spectre, with all respect, y'all. Just remember how the temple fucking checked ya. I have no agenda, I'm no pretender. And I'll serve it to you straight without the blender. And in the end, I'm gonna send ya on a mission to reveal the true offender.
Yeah, so I'll just get right back to work. All right, everybody?
Thank you for watching Gray Hughes Investigates on YouTube, where we cover true crime using logic, reason, and common sense. Thank you very much for watching.
And until next time, be safe out there. Hey, do you remember that when I did the rap with Straight Drop, Coco? Yeah, I mean, people were like, hey, Grace got bars. I mean, it was funny because I was in this, it was a totally different community of true crime. It was all like Kanika Jenkins people. But they were all just like, hey, Grace got bars. It actually gave me cred. It was kind of funny. It was funny stuff. Anyways, thanks, everybody. See you later. Oh, wait, hold on. Let me see if I can find it. Hold on. We might have to do this right at the end of the show. I know I have it out there somewhere. Here, hold on. Let me see if I can find it. I think it might be worth waiting. I've got to have it out here somewhere. Oh man, I just found that Nathan Sutherland rap. The Barbarian Rapist. Yeah, let's see. Oh, there it is. Found it right at the last second. Here, you guys want to see this? This is from a long time ago. I look a hell of a lot younger back then, I can tell you that. This is 7 years ago. Look at. Hey, hold on. You guys want to see this? All right. Here, yeah, it was right. YouTube Streets. You remember that? Okay, hold on. Let me switch over back. Yeah. All right, here we go. God, this thing has only 2,000 views. Wow, I had that back then. But this is 7 years ago, though. Where is it? Come on.
Absolute lunatics, because I know who I am. And
Oh, yeah, that was that guy. Hold on. Man, this is crazy. It's so old. Oh, this is where it was, right here. This guy. So it was... God, look, it doesn't even load because it's so old. Come on.
did it on a live video that he made, and I actually will
Man, what's going on with that? That's when I had
show you that next.
That's it. Oh, yeah.
Hey, ain't going nowhere.
Oh man, come on, you gotta play this. Here, let me oh shit. I wanna play it now. Here, let me just I'm gonna download this video. And then we'll just play it.
Ain't going nowhere. Hold up.
That was fun. Those are funny days.
Going nowhere.
Learn what I think.
My main man, Mr. Hughes. Ray.
Yeah, he was so funny, man. Let's see. Download. I think that's about the best way to do it. Yeah. Well, that was pretty cool. You guys want to see this or not? I know a lot of you probably left, but it's pretty funny. Those are the crazy days of the Kanika Jenkins case. All right, I just downloaded it, so it should now it won't have any delays. In there that we agree with. Edit. Oh, Mr. Hughes. Oh yeah, so this guy made a rap about me, so I took his rap and I turned it into a rap. Yeah. Alright. Hello, Mr. Hughes. Mr. Hughes. Gray. So that was him doing me. Like he just took my voice. Gray. Hughes. Gray. Hello, Mr. Hughes. Mr. Hughes. Why do you have the wrong time code? Gray. Yes, this isn't me. He made this rap. Alright. Why are you showing Gray? Mr. Hughes? Yeah. Alright. Yeah. Alright. Yeah. Okay. Show people the truth, Gray. Mr. Hughes? Yeah. You can do the damn thing yourself. Okay? So there you have it. That was the version that was put out by that YouTuber. And then I took that and put down the tracks and my own tracks, like 3 or 4 different tracks over the top of it, and came up with my own rap. And let's play that one right now.
Hey, wow! It's me. I can retire today. Humongous D on YouTube.
That's what his name is.
Made a
Humongous
rap
D.
video about me.
I'm in charge now, Phasma. I'm in charge.
Wow, I feel like I could just retire
And
today. It's missing a few things, though. Mr. Hughes, like a hot diddy pop, diddy pop.
That's me right there.
Mr. Hughes, Gray, Hughes.
I'm doing the
Mr. Hughes,
all that shit.
Why do you have the wrong time code? Gray. Mr. Hughes. There's a rumor going around about me and a crew about something we Jim was supposed to do. You might not have heard it, or maybe you have, but when I first heard it, all of it was slack. I used to get angry and all uptight, but you can say what you want to spell my name right, cause I'm never guilty of us rocking a house. But that's not what the rumor was all about. Cause if me ask me, then tell all your friends, and if you don't wait till you see me again on this way, I can hear it from the horse's mouth. And right there and there, we can straighten it out. He's got a big mouth. Hello, Mr. Hughes.
I'm doing the whole.
Come on, straight drop, you're next. Mr. Hughes. Good beat, Bob. Okay. Show people the truth, Gray. Mr. Hughes? I do. Yeah. You can do the damn thing yourself. That's okay. Right. Do it yourself. That's some good beat bopping right there, if you ask me.
So there you have it.
Now look at
So I took the original person's music that they made about me using my name and my image on their video. And then I put 3 tracks down and I made my own rap. And then at the end, you heard me say, okay, straight drop, it's on you next. And then
That's what I was doing.
he actually watched the video and he did it on a live.
That's
video
sort of when
that
we
he made,
became friends.
And I
with
actually
you.
will show you that next.
So look at
Hey, ain't going nowhere. Ain't going nowhere. Hold up, going nowhere.
Learn what I think.
My main man, Mr. Hughes. Gray.
God, remember that shit you guys?
Hey, Gray Hughes did a dope video today, y'all. And like, he proved, maybe not to some of y'all, but like, Gray is Gray. All right, simple as that. He has his own opinion, yes. All right, and everybody's entitled to that, but he is who he say he is. All right, and I know a lot of y'all gonna say, "Oh, straight drop, oh shit, look at you, he changing." I ain't changing shit. Kanika didn't walk in that freezer. If I can make this man laugh and smile, you gotta put that Kanika on the side of some things in life. You can't just always everything in Kanika. You see that? Right now, I'm on playing the fake ass. I'm on. Can't get right ass. All right, Kanika is not done, but ain't nothing else coming out. You know what I mean? Humongous D.
Wow, I can retire today. Humongous D on on YouTube made a rap video about me. I'm in charge now.
And that's why, like I say the other day, let me tell you why I gained respect for this man. Don't matter how many times I took a part of his video to prove him wrong, or even if I wasn't wrong, whatever I did.
He never proved me wrong.
You know what I mean? He never flagged me or sent me a strike. He took it like a man. When he was right, he celebrated. When I was right, I celebrated. But regardless, we didn't go at each other's platforms. But this guy, at least this guy is a man, and he takes all criticism. You know what I mean? And he wakes up next day and thrives to do what he does. All right? As simple as that. You might not agree with the opinion. You know what I mean? You might not agree, but he's a man, though. And as long as you're a man out here on these YouTube streets, it's all that matters. You know what I mean? It's all that matters. It's all that matters.
Oh, I can retire today. Humongous D on YouTube made a rap video about me. I'm in charge now, Tesla. I'm in charge.
He's
Well, I
in
feel
charge
like
now.
I just retired today. One, and it's missing a few things. Just a
Yeah, right. Look at that.
Mr. Hughes. Mr. Hughes. Mr. Hughes. Oh, Mr. Hughes.
Yeah.
Why do you have to go on?
Sounds like great.
I think he used to make raps.
Hey.
There's a rumor going around me and a crew about something we did supposed to.
Oh, yeah, Gray. I had a question about that. You know I be analyzing shit, Gray. Who's the crew? You somebody you
Yeah,
and the crew.
right.
Oh, I ain't never know you had a crew.
Yeah,
Right?
who's
Like,
the
you
crew?
one-man band over there. I ain't never, you know, I be criticizing. You know, I hear everything now. I'm like, who's the crew?
Yeah.
I mean, Cassandra Van Trick ain't part of that crew, is she? If she not, we cool still, all right?
About me and a crew about something we did supposed to do. You might not have heard it, or maybe you have, but when I first heard it, all of it was like, I used to get angry and pull up top, but you can say what you want to spell my name right. Because I love that I'm guilty of us rocking a house. But that's not what the real was all about. Because if you have me,
Then tell all your friends, and if you don't wait till you see me again.
I can hear it from the horse's mouth.
Oh, got a big mouth. Big mouth.
You got a big mouth. Big mouth. Oh, this is
It's like he actually he liked this music.
Yeah.
Come on, straight drop, you're next. Okay. Show people the truth, Gray. Gray? Mr. Hughes? I do. Yeah. And yourself. That's right.
Hey, exactly. That's how I feel, right?
You can do the damn thing yourself.
That's exactly how I feel, right there. If you don't like what I do, right, you can do this to your goddamn self.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
boom.
That's the way I feel. Like, goddamn, if you don't like.
And this is the response that
Yeah.
Straight Drop did to my
You know, he actually had a better version of this, but he sort of had to recreate it.
video. And this is actually a remake of it. We can't find the original one that he did. But this is one he did where he lip synced back to the song that he made, the rap response to my rap. Okay, it's pretty good.
Hashtag J4K. It's your boy Straight Drop. I got time, you already know. But guess what? Gray Hughes. I see you. Oh, big head on the Gray Hughes, Gray Hughes, Gray Hughes, Gray Hughes, Gray Hughes, Gray Hughes. Who? She did walk in the freezer. Your time clock off. Gray Hughes, Gray Hughes, Gray Hughes, Gray Hughes, Gray Hughes, Gray Hughes. This is justice for the nigga. No time for the game, dude. And your time clock off, dude. Was it 2:30, 3:30? Security. He got blood on his hands, dude. This ain't black versus white. This is about what is right. I got time. 9 times out of 10. Straight Drop is right. Mike Larry with the strikes. Right. Told the king ain't right. T Knight wanna fight. Man in the face might be the only one right. Was it murder or mystery? Was she 5'9", 5'6"? Was she 130 or 150? Was she Drop is a mystery? Was she 19 or 21? Was it a GD or BD? Bree, Irene, Monifa, hey Shamaya, Chicago Police,
Forgot all those names.
Town Plaza, sorry, Teresa. I'm sorry. Gray Hughes. She did walk in the freezer, your time clock off. Gray Hughes. Who? Cause that's for the nigga. ain't no time for the game, dude. Got time for no time. Y'all already know, man. Hashtag J4K. Hashtag. Y'all keep rapping. We won't give up. We give up, they win. And guess what? They won. Great Hughes. Guess what? Guess what? Guess what? I see you. I see you. Great Hughes, Great Hughes, Great Hughes, Great Hughes, Great Hughes, Great Hughes.
Yeah.
Then walk in the streets and your time clock off, dude. Great Hughes, Great Hughes, Great Hughes, Great Hughes, Great Hughes, Great Hughes. This is justice for Kanika. No time for the games, dude.
Yeah.
Hashtag.
So there you have it. I thought it was really cool. Like this whole segment in here, he sort of, you know, like he, in some ways, he just totally made it me. I don't know how you threw a lifeline out there because I was just being trashed by just the whole community there, and he just went boom, did that one, and now it was sort of, you know, things were cool, you know. Although I think even after that's when he said I was the bald-headed billionaire. But anyways, yeah, good stuff, huh? Everybody just went to sleep on me. All right, thanks everybody. Glad you stick around there. Yeah, Manifa, Shamaya. Yeah, got them all. But anyways, thanks everybody. See you later. Be safe. All right, let me do this one.
Correct.
Those were fun. That was fun time. Well, it was kind of stressful, but that was some of my best analyzing of video, man. I nailed that thing. Nobody had an argument. See ya.